Ladies love the skin.
Ow.
Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel Lapeef. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's going to clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's going to open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is going to protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is going to make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Tej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night. And because Tej is a sponsor, they're offering my family 30% off along with a free gift. Just click that link that's in the description and feel the Tej.
Wait. I know what you're going to say. I'm not a man and I don't have a beard, but he does. And so does he. I have 3 points for you that's going to help you grow your beard, and not just grow it, but hydrate it, allow it to come in healthy and shiny, and be able to groom it properly without all the flaking and the itchiness that sometimes comes with grooming the beard. Okay, number 1, be patient and consistent. Number 2, resist the urge to trim and shape your beard for the first 4 to 6 weeks. Number 3, don't hesitate to start now using products.
Just gotta take a moment to see. Oh, my beard looking so good. Man. Make sure y'all click that link.
Please tune in to our next video. We're going to give you more value, more information, and don't forget to purchase our products online at assuredmannaturals.com. There you can get 15% off when you use code Lapeef15, and we'll see you in the next video.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the illustrious Lapeef Network. I'll take this goddamn whatever filter got my eyes looking crazy. Samsung, wild for that. But good evening, everybody. Welcome. I know you've had a long day of YouTube streams. Everybody in their mama is taking advantage of the YouTube space, so I'm going to just go on a little later. All right. I've been taking a little break. As you know, you haven't seen me that often, but you will see me as this break starts to, as work starts to dissipate. I don't anticipate getting many work emails tomorrow. I think a lot of people's vacation starts tomorrow, and I won't see some of my work colleagues until January. So I'm excited for that. My kids are super excited on the 23rd. On the 23rd, we are going on a cruise. Yes, we are going on a cruise. Much anticipated, super hype. Hopefully the weather permits so we get to go to all our ports, but either way, we are going on a cruise. And yeah, I'm just excited, man. Shout out to everybody for coming through, staying faithful. We're gonna stream as long as y'all want us to stream this evening. So thank y'all for coming through, man. We got a bit of a mature topic tonight. If you came in, I want everybody to chime in on this. I want to see you participating in the chat. I want to know what your thoughts are on home ownership, buying versus renting, or doing the real estate thing in the middle and saying I'm renting, but I own a lot of property. We're going to talk about it all because I want to know where your thoughts are, where your thoughts lie, what your focus is on this very topic. Now, the reason I decided to bring this up is because I see all the BS that's happening, that's about to happen to the U.S. consumer. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's going to be the U.S. consumer that unfortunately gets taken advantage of. All right. And I'll let y'all know what I'm talking about a little bit more here shortly. But man, this is pretty crazy. The stuff they about to have going. I can already see it. We got companies like BlackRock buying up all the homes, outbidding actual people, actual families for homes in their own area. Okay, so please understand that the housing bubble, that was so 2008. That's 2008 stuff. They're gonna be on some other stuff. All right, in this 2020 and up era. Okay, 2024 is gonna be one hell of a year for buying real estate, trying to sell your house. If you're trying to get a house, you might get that mug, but trust me, everything isn't what it seems. So we're going to have a show that's talking about some of the mature things that we go through as adults in our everyday life and how it affects us as everyday Americans. All right, Dale Matthew, what's going on? Embrace the grace. What's going on, sweetie? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. WJ, what's going on? Jill, my favorite. How you doing? Yes, I am back. All right, UFO Amakazi, what's going on? Oh, Kamikaze. How did I miss that? Artie Chico, yes. Hopefully you will like this topic. We'll get into it. What's going on, El Caplo? What's up, Jolie? Thank you for coming through. Lauren Mack. Always showing love. All right, man, let's get into it. So, there's one thing I wanted to talk about with y'all really quickly because it it really got me when I read it, because just to put the context out there, the average American salary I think went up maybe a few $1,000s. For black men, it went from 43 on average to 45. These are post-pandemic salaries, right? I'm a black man, so obviously I look at that. I know that one. But we can say for everyone, it went up about 2 grand. Interestingly enough, 2 grand, I think, was the stimulus package. So that's why I'm sitting here like post-pandemic, everybody's average salary went up 2 grand. And I think people got like what? Somewhere between 2 and 3 grand from the government. But it's pretty funny. I thought that was pretty funny to make that correlation. But salaries only went up about 2 grand from 2020 till right now, as we speak, December 2023. Housing prices went up. National average, I believe it's 40%. Okay. Salaries went up $2,000. Home prices in most of America went up 40%. Rocket Mortgage announced, I think over the weekend, maybe sometime last week, that they are starting a home buyers program in which you only have to put 1% down. That's going to get a lot of people riled up. That's going to get a lot of people excited. And then they went on to add to it another perk. Okay. They said no private mortgage insurance. Now, for those of y'all that don't know what PMI or private mortgage insurance is, it's, I believe, when you don't put down at least 20% down on the home that you are trying to buy, you will have a PMI that's on average $100 or more, a couple $100 per month added to your monthly mortgage as private mortgage insurance because you didn't put enough down on the home to begin with. All right. So unfortunately, a lot of people were paying PMI if you didn't put 20% down. So it's kind of, sometimes it dissuades people from doing it. For some people, it's nothing. But they do 2 perks in there that's going to get a lot of people excited about buying a home in 2024. 1% down. So if a home costs $350,000, a single family home, townhouse, condo costs $350,000, you need $3,500 as a down payment when you apply. Or I'm sorry, when you close. That's doable for a lot of couples. All right. Families buy homes, if y'all didn't know, primarily. Okay. So I think it's like 80% of the people, like, look, my whole suburb is families. There ain't really no single people out here. So if we're talking about single family suburban homes, we're talking about families. $3,500 as a goal to save. We doing $4 grand a month, at least in my house. We're doing $4 grand a month. So if you can't save at least, we got money in the account left over. We got to get, and that's going in there, at least $4 grand a month. So if you can't do 3,500 in a year, you ain't living right. I'm sorry. I usually don't like, and who am I lying? I make generalizations like that all the time. But if you and your spouse cannot save 3,500, as a matter of fact, cancel that. You can sell most of your Jordans. You can sell most of your jewelry, your video games, your guns. You can sell that. I got one gun I hear I can sell and help you get your mortgage payment. Okay. You can find, my point is, the average American household can find $3,500 as a down payment for their $350,000 home. This is going to excite a lot of people. As a matter of fact, if you look at the data, people get there first, the money from their homes, a large majority of people get it as a cash gift from friends and relatives. I guarantee you, most people will. Will do a GoFundMe. Help us get a house. It's been our dream. You could raise $3,500 at your wedding. Okay. My college roommate, they didn't want any gifts. They didn't want any tangible gifts. They sent you to a website, Our First Home Fund. I think I sent them like 500. You definitely getting 3,500 from that if anybody loves you. So when you really think about it, that's going to make home buying a possibility. Let's not get started on closing costs. I don't know where the hell you're going to get that. But you're going to have a while to save up if you're building from the ground up. If you get approved for a loan to build a home, you're probably, for a $350,000 house, you're probably looking at maybe a little less than 10 grand or something like that. Way it's 2%, 2 to 3%. Yeah, you're maybe around 10 grand at max for your closing costs, all in. All right. So all in on the home, down payment included, you're probably paying somewhere around $13,500 max for the house. That's actually not even that bad. Closing costs included. So Rocket Mortgage is going to make you put 1% down, no PMI, for your brand new $350,000 home. What do you think this is going to happen, and what do you think their motive is? I got smart people in my chat. I have smart consumers that watch my show. I don't just want to talk to y'all. I want y'all to use your brain. If they are making it this easy for the average American to buy a home, even though their average salary only went up about max $2,000, but you're cutting off 19% on a down payment to be able to qualify for that home. Y'all tell me what these people underlying motive is. I know what the underlying motive is. It's the same play they've been running. Okay. This is the same play people have been running for years. Carlisle Times says it's about profit. The bank wins no matter what. Not only are you right, I want you to elaborate. Somebody elaborate. How does the bank, which is Rocket Mortgage, how does Rocket Mortgage win in the end? How do they win and profit no matter what off of this 1% down play? Because this is a play and the people are going to get played, not Rocket Mortgage. The people are going to get played. So y'all let me know, what's the play they're running here? Can anybody tell me what is the play that they're running? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and try to get this stuff in for y'all. Cecilia Jackson says that's why white people make it hard for blacks to get mortgages. They will lend you debt for college first. I can't argue with that. Next says interest. No. They will make money off. I'm sorry. You're right, of course. But they're going to make money off interest anyway. That's why you don't even pay into your principal for years. You pay barely anything. You're paying them the interest up front. The first, yeah, I'm over 36 months. I'm like 40 months into my 30-year mortgage. I've barely paid anything into the principal. I'm still paying interest. They take the interest up front. So yes, they're going to get interest, but they got another play, man. Evil Batman says, who will they fool? And when they are fooled, how will they react? And when they react, how will the government react? That will affect who were not fooled. It's called redlining and it still exists. All right, you go in a different direction with it. Hold up, Cecilia. Goddamn, we can't start the racism shit just yet. All right. We're going to actually touch on that. We're going to touch on a bunch of different home topics. We are going to touch on the Navy Federal mortgage thing, but not yet. My man John the Baptist is going on. He says you make payments for 4 years and then can't afford the loan and lose the home and the bank sells it again. This is obviously a homeowner. Okay. My man John the Baptist is absolutely right. Carlisle Tom is absolutely right. You default, they win. They know they are not supposed to do something this irresponsible. You don't have to raise the stakes, but you can keep them the same. In fact, in this particular day and age, with the interest rates this high, you are supposed to at least keep your point of entry, your barriers to access the same. Your criteria for a qualifying mortgage, you're supposed to keep them the same. They lowered the bar, even though they know you don't make that much money yet, even though your salary didn't go up. They're telling you you only have to put 1% down. So just like John the Baptist said, just like Carlisle Tom said, they expect you to default on the loan. You would have paid them only interest. The house, let's say you stay in it for 3, 4, or 5 years, you would have only paid them interest. They would have had equity accrue in that house, and they benefit from all of that. You get nothing. You get evicted, all right, foreclosed on, evicted from your own home. They keep the land and the equity. That is in 1 year, I'm sorry, in 2 to 3 year, 4 year, 5 years time, we are going to be having this exact discussion about this mortgage product. These people are cold-blooded, man. And I feel like we have a responsibility to let people know, don't do that shit. If you're somebody who got excited, if you forwarded this to some friends, I need you to go to them and say, hey, man, I was tripping when I sent you that. Don't do that. That is a bad product, y'all. A very bad product. It is not here to help people. They are not here to help you become a homeowner. They are going to take that freaking house from you. 3 months after you default, they will start foreclosure proceedings on your ass. Carlisle Tom says 2008 all over again, but it's capitalism though. They just repackage it. They just repackage the BS that they do. This is all that triple B tranche stuff from that Big Short movie all over again. And they're disguising it to you as an opportunity. They are going to prey. They are going to prey on people that don't know any better. The people, if you got excited for this mortgage product, you are the prey that I'm talking about. This show is trying to save you from this impending doom. Do not buy a home with this particular mortgage product. I'm going to be very frank with y'all. Y'all know me for that. I'm not going to mince words with you. Not on this topic, not on any topic. If you cannot qualify for a traditional mortgage product, 20% down on the home that you are buying. And if you can't afford not only the mortgage principal, not only the interest, but not really HOA. HOA is not really much. But the HOA and the property taxes and the assumed property tax increases that will happen year over year that you are in that home, you better not close on that house. You wicked. You wicked. You wicked, John the Baptist. You wicked as hell. You wicked, bro. John the Baptist, you wicked as hell, talking about stop educating them and let them buy in so I can buy it cheap. It's a trap. Tell them, Embrace. It is a trap. We are going to do what is responsible, and let you know it is a trap. But now that we talked about that Rocket Mortgage thing, I want to know. I'm going to drop the link so y'all can come up. And I want to know, we're going to get into the main topic today, which is buying versus renting. Is home ownership still the goal, y'all? Is home ownership still the goal? Are you a renter and do you feel like you're better off? Or are you a home buyer and do you feel like you're better off? Then we're going to get into a slide that I found called the hidden cost of home ownership. We're going to get into the pros and cons of each. If you're somebody who is currently renting and you want to buy a home, let us know why you think that's an advantage for you to do so. If you're somebody who wants to keep renting or went from a home ownership back to renting situation, I want you to come up and share your experience with us. We talking about something a little different today, so yeah, please make sure y'all got your big boy and big girl hats on. All right. We're not trolling anybody today. I dropped the link in the chat. If you want to come up and chat with me, let me know. But let me bring this slides. Google Slides. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. All right. So y'all check this out. These are the hidden costs of home ownership. If you are somebody that wants to be a homeowner, please understand that this is not for the weak. This is why most people that own a home are married. All right. It seriously helps subsidize these particular costs. Don't let these apps fool you. Don't let these mortgage calculators fool you. If you do not know how to properly include tax, property tax into your mortgage, you just messed yourself up. From a home consultant, because me and my wife are looking to buy a new house next year, or buy or build. We were gonna build for sure. Now we don't even know because we're trying to see what the hell these prices are doing because they just keep dropping. For those of y'all that built a home before, you know that if you pay for it, you just pay what you pay. You pay top dollar when you build the house yourself because you put everything in it from their studio. All right, so we're going to talk about the hidden costs of home ownership, and I want to go over this with y'all, and we're going to talk about what's going on,
Hey,
Leonard.
hit the wrong switch. Had to stop doing the dishes so you wouldn't have background noise.
No worries, no worries. Let me just go over some of this, and I want you to jump in and give us your thoughts on it. All right,
Cool.
no doubt, no doubt. So, some of the hidden costs of home ownership are closing costs. If you have not paid closing costs before, oh, I was even wrong. I said 1 to 3%, which I still think is the average, but it says here 2 to 5% of the purchase price. All right. Some of you can get closing cost assistance. The government has first time homebuyer programs. Veterans have closing cost assistance through the VA, things like that. Make sure you familiarize yourself with that. As I've said before, the property tax varies by location. One of the best examples I can give you is that everybody keeps talking about the prices of homes in California, Virginia, Arizona, all these other places, but the taxes are really low in those areas. Texas used to be known. So Houston is, if y'all didn't know, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, and Austin, the West basically moved here, especially during the pandemic. Okay. People from California moved here and drove the home prices up because most of them people had like $1 million, like and they were buying up all these huge homes here, because they sold their shack in Oakland or Los Angeles for $1 million that their daddy paid off in 1980. All right, but what people fail to realize is the property taxes here are triple, damn near triple in Texas, and some of the highest in the nation here are in the Houston, Austin, Dallas, and San Antonio area. I pay 3.2% in property taxes on my assessed home value every month. I have over $1,000 paid in taxes every month, extra from my principal and interest on the loan that I took from my house. All right, that can double your payment easily for some of you. So if you use that little bank rate mortgage calculator and it told you your mortgage would be $1,060 a month, and you were like, that's dope. Go ahead and add. I'm sorry. Take that 1060. I'm sorry. Take the price of that house as a baseline. Multiply that by 0.032, which is the 3.2% I pay, for example, and it will give you several thousands of dollars. Divide that by 12. Add that to that 1,060, and that's your mortgage payment at least per month. Easily doubled in the 2000s. All right, so y'all gotta understand property tax, and it does go up. I'm sorry, the property tax, the way they do it here, it will actually go down after some years. But let's say the independent school district side that the older homes are on, theirs went down because more people moved into the neighborhood. So more people are paying into the utilities, and the municipal district, more people are paying into the school. So theirs went from 3.4 to 3.0. So it will go down. What will go up is the assessed value of your home every single year. It will likely go up. So you're paying more in property taxes. So please understand this property taxes. But I'm gonna stop and let Mr. Leonard Roy get in here. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm on the buyer sent side of the fence. Right?
Yes, sir. Talk to
Make
us.
well, if someone, they were veteran and all this other stuff, and they are renting is basically by choice. Because as a veteran and buying, it's man, depending on your status after Iraq and Afghanistan, it's a cakewalk.
Oh yeah.
It
Tell us
it
about it.
it is a cakewalk. Okay, the property taxes where I'm at, right? Okay, you're looking at almost 10K a year, but depending on one's rate of disability, wherever they are, you're exempt from that. You pay it anyway, and at the end of the tax year, you always get a check back of one big lump sum from
Mm.
whatever whoever you're paying along to the
The
mortgage.
county, yeah, the county, most likely.
No, you can get it back from the county, or you get it back from who you're paying the loan to, because they pay the county, and the county in turn hits them. Hey, this person's property tax exempt, so they have to send you a check back every year.
Mm.
See, so it would behoove anyone that has served in the military to make sure that they go to the VA and get their health condition established for some type of rating within the VA. And if it's nothing but 50%, okay, that's going to offset everything else in your life by $1,000 tax free. Plus, you get free health insurance for life. You don't have to pay any health insurance, which for those that are working individuals, go to your job, they want you to get the health insurance. You don't have to accept the health insurance from the company. So my situation, when I had to pay closing costs, that went through a divorce and all that stuff, which I'm not gonna get all into that. Got all that knocked out the way. Got another house, and my closing costs was like $550. You know, I almost got to the point with the realtor, whereas they had to pay me for me to move in. You know, And always get an inspector to come in, right? Look at
Mhm.
every little thing. Something needs to be repaired, give them the option. Clean the gutters or take that off the doggone asking price. Uh, do this work down here, do this work here, there, whatever. Anything that needs to be done, take that off. See, some people don't do that. They just go right into it head first, boom. And some people, they end up getting messed up. I know somebody that got in a situation like this. When you purchase a home, whatever taxes are due for that tax year, that's supposed to get paid. That's not on you. Okay. Their realtor messed them over. I think this is just me thinking they pocketed the money. But if someone, like I said, if they are, they got veteran and everything, and they are renting opposed to buying, they need to re-examine what they're doing, unless their choice is just to rent because they don't want the responsibility of home ownership. If you're a veteran,
Mm.
you put no money down, period. All that 5 to 20%, this and that, you put no money down. That first time owners, whatever, that don't apply. Then if you also have the first time home buyers, you could use that in conjunction with your status as a veteran. You don't have to be a war veteran, just a veteran that did like 3 years and got out. That's an automatic gimme. So you don't have to pay any of that, you know. And it's well worth it. Now, things that happen in the process of, you figure your AC unit goes out, you got to pay for that to get replaced, or a water heater or whatever it is.
All right.
Okay. You see what they're paying for rent these days. I mean, you could quote the number. I'm not going to quote it from here, just on average. You see what they're paying for rent these days, right?
2,000 plus, easy. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
let's ask the chat real quick. Most cities, because y'all scattered, it's a random group of people in the chat. If you're renting, if you feel comfortable doing so, post your monthly rent payment in the chat so we can see what y'all are
Mm-hmm.
going through out here in these streets. Go ahead, sir. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because in the Atlanta area, if someone they just getting a place for them and they're renting, right? If they rent like a 7 but below 800 square foot apartment, 1 bedroom apartment, you're talking about $1,400 a month or better.
Let me
Or
get these.
better.
Let me get these super chats real quick. My man MK Rich, appreciate it with the $2, says escrow. My man HD, what's going on, my brother? $5. Salute. Hey, y'all support the Trigger Mike show for this fire we're gonna drop on y'all today. Send your super chats in, and thank you for your. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We're talking about buying versus renting. Is home ownership still the goal? Now, let me ask you. So this is crazy, yo, Kendrick. I really hope you're joking. I really hope you're joking. You got to let us know where you live. This is crazy. You
What
live
what
in
what did they type?
$3,200.
Oh, $3,200? Oh,
You in New York, San Francisco, or
no,
something?
no,
Where
no.
you at?
Ask somebody in Manhattan what they paying.
If you living in Manhattan on purpose, you got that bread, or at
They got
least certain
they got
parts of it.
they got apartments renting in Manhattan. I know some people up that way. 6 bands a month rent.
Yep.
That's insane. I'm like, $6,000 a month rent?
No, there is there's currently an Instagram going around showing how they're trying to create like some of the amenities, or lack of amenities. They're trying to get all creative because people are refusing to pay some of the high rent. So
Mm-hmm.
even what's considered low in some of those areas, it's some of the worst looking apartments you've ever seen. It is a less than 150 square foot box. They
Mm-hmm.
they they had They had an apartment where the toilet was in the shower.
Yeah,
The toilet was in the shower.
literally
The
in
shower
the
head,
shower.
yeah, the shower head was over the toilet. It was, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. I said, "This is real. I cannot believe this is real."
Yeah,
So
that's
he
like
said he basically had to stand in the corner, turn the shower head away, or else it would just go straight into the toilet. But listen, man, New York. I'm originally from New York. For those of y'all that don't know, I was raised in VA, but originally from New York. New York is now a doo-doo stain on the world, man. Just get out of NY. New York is now a doo-doo stain. If you
yeah,
if you gotta if you gotta take a dump the same place in the same exact spot that you shower, you are now living in a third world country. I'm sorry, third world
yeah.
city.
That I call it a reverse bidet.
Goodness gracious. All right, it's not too bad. Therese says $1,600 in Central New Jersey. Okay. T will live in the hood. He's 753 bedroom. You definitely live in the hood. Somebody shooting right now where you live on
Damn,
everything.
bruh. Tell them how you really feel.
1,300 utilities included. Yeah, you live in nice kind of. You live in nice
But
kind of.
what utilities though? All utilities?
Oh, this is pretty common. 3,000 in the DMV. Damn, could be a little bit more.
Yeah. All utilities or a particular utility singular? See,
Damn. Nine. Hey, you want to know what's funny? Rick says 976 a month for a 4-bedroom, 3-bath with a finished basement. You want to know what actually happened here in Texas? Because of all the Californians that came here and drove the housing prices up, people started leaving. I went to earlier in the year, I went to a place. John the Baptist, came up real quick, so I know it's you. I'll let you up. I went to a neighborhood to inquire about the homes being built. The lady said the prices are so high she hadn't sold a home to a Texan in 6 months. And she said her brother-in-law, who was born and raised in the Houston area, is leaving. He's actually going to. They thought about moving to Wisconsin or Minnesota. They said that's where they are finding suburban areas getting built with the cheap homes, with the cheap prices that Texas used to have. So it's actually a lot of Texans moving to the Midwest area to get the cheaper home prices. So I actually can see that if he's paying $976 a month in Minnesota, goodness gracious, right? Damn,
yeah,
y'all paying hella bread, man. That's
yeah.
crazy.
I
John
mean,
the Baptist.
oh,
Let me get
I'm
John
sorry.
in there. What's going on, John? What you got for us, bro, on the topic?
What I believe you do though, I believe you stop educating these folks and let them learn the hard way, bro. Like we all had to do when we was coming up. Nobody taught me these ropes. I learned the hard way, bro. Let me make some. It's my turn to make some money now. You doing too much education.
Hey, let me tell you why it's sad though. John the Baptist, let me tell you why it's sad though. It's sad because no matter what we say, people still gonna fall for it.
They are.
If I can remember correctly, these people are very good at selling and stuff. They leave out a lot of information and they're gonna stir up so much excitement that even some people that listen to this podcast are gonna forget they listened to it and give in to that excitement that these home consultants are gonna sell them and Rocket
Yep.
Mortgage is gonna sell them. Do you know who they targeted during the 2008 crisis? They targeted a lot of immigrants. So
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
they targeted a lot of immigrants. And if you know anything now about what's going on with immigration in this country, they're going to make bank off these mugs because
Well,
all it's going to take is one of the homeboys or one of the family to be a citizen. Abuelita's also a citizen. She going to sign off on it. They're going to give them the house. Right. So, and then this is what I think. I think it's going to be an adjustable rate mortgage. And when that shit adjusts,
Oh,
it's gonna get
oh
them all.
man, they're
never
gonna
buy an
When I was
arm.
30, when I was 20, I think I was about 31, 30 when I started looking for a house. Right. I was a little bit older. I was too old, but anyway though, I didn't buy my house. I was almost 32. At the same time though, when I was buying my house, that's when that arm was just starting to get big at that time in
yep.
2000 2005. I knew I was never getting an arm. I knew I was never getting one.
Mm,
Cause
mm, mm.
at the time I qualified for my home, they kept trying to say you qualify, I can buy like $400,000 home at that time. This like in 2004. No, 2000, yeah, 2004, 2005. I'm like, I'm not
Let,
buying that much home.
let me tell you, because this is actually pretty terrible. Because I'm gonna just air it out. One of my wife's Jack and Jill sisters, okay? This is how predatory people can be with that adjustable rate mortgage. My wife had like an 8 something credit score.
Mm-hmm.
I had like a 780 at the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay? She's not supposed to be talking to us about adjustable rate anything.
At
Anything
all.
at all. At all.
And she's not
At
supposed to be
all.
talking to us about it.
At
And that was
all.
the first product she pushed.
Ooh.
And she didn't think. Here's the crazy part about it. We were smart enough. I'm sorry. It was my first question because the way this lady set it up, she's going to get a lot of people with this method. That's why we don't mess with her on the real estate front. My wife didn't have the heart to tell her, like, hey, we knew you tried to do some crazy stuff, some slick stuff, but she tried to smooth the whole process over. Once we found the home we wanted, right? She got us on the phone with somebody we thought was a mortgage specialist, but he's actually like, I don't know what they call them. They're like mortgage hustlers. They're like an
Mm-hmm.
intermediary that will feed you to the person who's going to give you the arm at a low, like at a low 3%.
Introductory rate. Introductory rate. Yep.
At an introductory rate. So he said, he was selling it too. I got a great loan. He even asked our credit score. We told him, right? I got a great product for you. Oh, yeah. They're going to get you. Oh, you're going to get this house. Got us all hyped up. Then I calmed down a little bit. I was like, can I ask you, is this a fixed rate? So he paused. Long pause. I mean, yeah, for the first few years it's fixed. And I'm like, well, what the hell you mean? What do you mean? Ashton. Which Ashton is this? All right. For the first few years, I'm like, what do you mean? That's an arm, right? He did not want to call it an arm. He didn't want to do that. Like he was bullshitting us. And then the lady took us home, and we sitting there like, are these people trying to play us? Because what we ended up realizing that she gets a kickback.
Mm-hmm.
He pays her a kickback from us
Yep.
signing that predatory ass adjustable rate mortgage. So she
Mm-hmm.
feeds all of her. So here's the part, because we had to stop messing with her, because I actually found out. I was so pissed. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm one of those people where I'm actually smart. So if you try to play me, I get upset. Because you play with stupid niggas. You don't play with smart niggas, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I got so upset that I said, isn't it illegal? Because these are two things she did. She kept ignoring the houses that we wanted to see for houses made by
Ooh.
this home builder called Perry Homes. Then when I called back the dude, he's like, why haven't y'all come through? He's like, I'm trying to, we got a few different homes we could sell you. And he's like, we got a lot of people looking at it. We actually missed out on the house because of her. She only showed us homes from Perry Homes because they have the highest BTSA, which is bonus to selling agent. They pay a bonus to sell only homes with a BTSA she was showing us. So she tried to give us a predatory loan and only steered us. I think it's called steering. All my real estate people, let me know if we're correct. She only steered us. Go ahead.
I had somebody trying to sell us a 2-bedroom house, and we kept asking for a 3-bedroom. And I kept trying to tell my girl, like, you don't see she keeps showing us all these 3-bed, and our budget was like 800,000. Ain't no way in hell we supposed to be. You keep showing. She showed us about 10 2-bedroom homes. Trigger.
Damn.
10 back to back, and my girl wouldn't say nothing. But I just want to stop by before I go to my other stream and say, get Leonard ass off this damn panel. The hell he doing over here?
talking about real estate, some stuff that people need to know about with the host.
You doing all right, Leonard?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing great. See, the streams I like the streams when you're actually giving instruction to people so that they don't step in doo-doo. See, them other streams with all of the what do they call that? What do they call it, that thing? The gender war stuff? I'm like, come on now, let's get away from that. let's talk about things that is going to help someone not step in doo-doo, opposed to stuff that don't matter no way.
Trigger, he be over there fighting the gender war every night. I know.
All right,
You
so
doing all right, John the Baptist?
What's going on? We're doing good, Ash. How you doing, man?
let's
Trying to
address
get him
this
like you, big dog.
because I
Hey,
did bring
you
this
don't want to
up.
come. You don't want to
So
come down.
I did bring this up once, but
Hey, now,
go
Trigger
ahead, guys.
Mike, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with those that they got these predatory arm lending corporations, with the bonus to seller attributes? And they're always telling those that have a FICO score like 625, if your FICO score is 625, you qualify to buy a home. They don't say what type, they just say A. See?
Yep.
So you get those that really they're not in the 800 club or close. And, it's exciting to them. They're like, yeah, buy a home. See, I own it. And those are the ones they go after, and they don't explain anything about those arms to them. See, I was like, no, adjustable? That means that they could go up to, I don't know if they have a limit for it. Now, I know the government
It doesn't have a limit.
was talking about something to do with anything 30% or above is predatory lending, but that only applies to like if someone is, government or whatever it is, veterans and such. Because some people you'll call and be like, okay, so how do you plan to buy? Well, I'm gonna go through Navy Federal or USAA, and oh, you're a veteran, yeah. Oh, well, the homes that we have, you could get qualified for them and everything, but due to federal regulations, we can't work as a go-between. It's like, oh, you're a predatory lender. That's what that is. And some people don't know. And I'm gonna land the plane right here. If you go to a pawn shop to pawn something and get a loan on it, right? You pull your wallet out, you open it up. If they see a military ID, they'll tell you right there, we can't do business with you.
Damn.
Because that falls under the guidelines of predatory lending, and they can't do that for military personnel.
Israel, you try to show you I ain't see a damn thing but black. You like John the Baptist.
See,
It's
What you
black
doing,
in
bro?
here. What's up, Trigger Mike? What's up, Leonard?
Y'all
What's
know
up,
it's
John the
dark.
Baptist?
Y'all know it's dark, but y'all turn your camera on and show me one light part of your finger, and like I'm supposed to.
Just to let you know that
Y'all
I
be
wasn't
killing
trying
me
to
with this.
corn bomb you. You know I know how it
No,
is. What's going on,
y'all are
fellas?
funny as hell, man. That shit is
How
funny.
y'all doing, man?
Let me we good, bro. We good. Let me address this right here, because I actually talked about this once. Carlisle Tom says an arm can actually be beneficial within certain parameters. What do y'all think he means by that?
No, never. Well, basically what they're trying to say, I guess, is if you can get in on a low interest rate like a few years ago, where the interest rate was like 2-point-something%, the lowest that's ever been in the history, and you could get in on an introductory rate at that 2-point-something%, knowing that you're gonna, get money, and then you pay off the mortgage early, like let's say 15 years or 10 years, as opposed to 30 years, then maybe. But I still think that that's a flawed premise.
So
An
yeah, it
adjustable
is,
arm is
because
never good.
an interest rate for those arms, if they give it to you at like a 2.9% APR, it's not going to stay like that for 15 years.
Right. Of course not.
no,
Of course
it's definitely gonna trend up
not.
after
Right.
15
It
years.
goes
Definitely.
according to the market, to the stock
Yeah,
Well,
market.
they're going to
but
give you like 3%, and then after the 3%, I mean not 3%, the 3 years. Then after the 3 years, that's when they're going to hit you with, well, the Feds boosted up the interest rate for blame it on the Feds.
yeah.
See,
Yeah,
that's
you
So
like
never do a variable
here's
rate
where
or
I
an
think
adjustable rate. Always do a fixed rate.
here's where I think it can be beneficial. Here's where I think it can be beneficial. We know that an ARM is like a pseudo predatory lending product. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's meant to be. So
Mhm.
it's going to, being that it's a pseudo predatory lending product, it's going to have some questionable barrier, like I'm sorry, relaxed entry criteria, right? And I've seen people, because now I know people from all type of business situations, right? They were a partner in a business that went bankrupt. They themselves filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy or something like that. They're in the middle of some kind of government, some child support or government lien, something like that. But the funniest part is that these people have cash. They're cash rich. So I usually see people do the ARM product if they are investors of some sort, right? They have traditional non-QM, which is non-qualified mortgage. If you can't qualify for a government-backed mortgage, they do have companies that do ARMs for you at a higher interest rate. So let's say you're doing like what they do out here in the suburbs of Texas is, if you get in on the entry, if you want a really cheap home, like pre-pandemic price, you got to be in the first few sections of a new neighborhood. So I know a dude that his wife started a business and her partners bankrupted it. Basically, they decided to go bankrupt for the benefits. Like Chapter 7, you can kind of just, if you get it approved, you don't owe anything. So she's like, I don't want to go bankrupt. That's a bankruptcy. And she's like, I'm about to buy a house. So what he did is he didn't qualify for the traditional mortgage, but he qualified for that cute non-QM ARM. And because all his wife had to do was wait a year off of that bankruptcy, and she would have been qualified for the regular mortgage. So it allowed them to get the house at the cheapest rate, because they got that house, and then the all houses after that in the subsequent sections that follow were like $100,000 more. So that's when I can see it can be beneficial if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place like that.
And did they
And
refinance after the fact?
I'm sorry, you have to have the credit score to refinance. So
Right.
if he's like a 7 something 8 something, he'd be like, no. By the time your year goes up to where it's going to be off your record, or there's a mortgage product that will let people with a bankruptcy get it, and her credit score is up, then yes, it makes sense if both of their credit scores are high.
But the common misconception is that you have to be in the 8s. Really, as long as you're over 720, like 720 or above,
It's the
you're
same.
really
It's the
good.
same.
Yeah,
If
it's the
you
same. That's what
over
I'm saying.
720, I think it's 720 or 725, you're getting the same rate.
Right.
It's the same rate.
Right. But it's really the debt to, it's really when they look at the debt to income ratio and they look at your earnings, like, you know what I'm saying, your W-2s or your 1099s or whatever the case may be. That's what really becomes a determinant factor of how much home
It's
that you
your
qualify for.
it's your debt to income ratio, right, Mills? You're right about that. It's also they want to see how much revolving credit you got open too. Not that you use it
Yeah.
all, but they want to see if you got large amounts of credit, like you got like $40,000-$50,000 in credit card limits. But I'm not saying maxed out, but have it. They love to see that too.
yeah, and they
Yeah,
want to,
good
and they
good
want to,
credit mix.
Yeah.
yeah, they want to see as of your usage amount, right? Like you could
Right.
have excellent credit, but if you're utilizing over 30%, they look at you as if you got like a 550 credit score.
Yeah. So
Right.
30%
That's debt
utilization
to
is bad
income.
for your credit in
Yeah.
general.
That's debt
So
to
they,
income
so they, they,
ratios.
they tell you use credit, charge this, charge that, but they don't tell you how they're going to ding you on the back end. So,
Yeah.
They,
you
you
know,
you get
Ten
you don't
arrest.
get but you don't get
it's all,
dinged.
it's all
You don't
game.
get but you don't get dinged if you pay it off every month though. You won't get dinged.
No, so what it is that it's not even the payoff. I've been playing around with like my credit now for a little bit, because I've done my credit since August got hit like 8 times with these different franchising stuff I'm doing. And then my freaking car went out and I had to buy a new car on an emergency. So I'm watching up and down, and I call my boy who's a financial advisor, like, what the hell is this going to do to my credit? Because we're trying to buy a house next year. So what he did was tell me, he looked at my credit, ran my credit, and was like, "What the hell is this $13,000 credit card from Navy Federal?" I said, "It's the credit card I give my wife to buy groceries and shit. So I can get all the damn points. And I pay it off every year, like in January."
Every
He like,
year?
"Don't carry a balance that high."
No, don't
He
never
said,
carry
"Don't
that.
carry a balance like that." So what that did was put me at 13,000, put me at like, I got a lot of credit because that card I think is 50,000. So it put me at like 33% usage. He said, "Pay that shit off today. Don't wait till January." I paid it off and it took me down below 10%. It took me like to like 3% usage. My credit score shot up 60 points.
See,
So you want to
never
go.
carry. Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. Go ahead, John.
No, I mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. He said 30%, your credit score is going to take a nosedive. All
Yep.
credit bureaus and everything, 30% is there. Oh, you might have some stuff going on. If you're at 30 and you don't pay it down, below 10% is where they want to see it. So have a good amount of credit available to you, but utilize less than 10%. And I've played
Yeah,
around with
that's
that
the
now
sweet spot.
for a few months.
That's,
I told my wife, buy all the stuff again. She swiped like for Christmas, the cruise, all that type of stuff, so I can get the points. I went up to like, I think maybe 6,000, and it was like 15% utilization, and then my score went down 30 points. Then the next month I paid it, and it went back again up 30 points. I was like, okay, so that 10% thing, he's absolutely right. That's
yeah,
what they want to see.
between 4 and 10%.
that's the sweet
Between
spot.
4 and 10% is the sweet spot. Between 4 and 10% is
10%.
the
Now
sweet spot.
you get these credit advisors, they tell you 20% is the sweet spot. It's not the sweet spot. 10%, 10, depending on how many open accounts you have, 15. But 10% is the sweet spot. See, now if you're utilizing 5% of your allotted credit, you're good, you're in there. See, you're in there like swimwear. But this is stuff that people aren't being told. And a lot of people run around talking about they got this, they got that, blah, blah, blah. But they don't know the finer details because the credit thing is almost as big a hustle as auto insurance. You can have auto insurance and not have a collision for 20 years.
Yep.
You don't get any of that money back.
Let me tell you what it is too with credit. Then we're gonna jump back on the home stuff because I see Danielle came in the chat. I invited her. She's a realtor. She's probably gonna have good insight on this. People are making up this as they go, and here's why you can't really trust Credit Karma and these kind of apps. Yeah, they'll show you your credit score, but it's to sell you stuff. So they'll tell you a bunch of stuff. They're trying to sell you credit cards. They get kickbacks from originating all these loans. So their little excerpts and stuff that that you're reading from them, it's all advantageous to them. You see what I'm saying? So the credit card,
to the credit people that they represent. They represent the credit people.
Exactly. They get money for originating all of these new loans, for running your credit, so on and so forth. But I see a lot of people are also educating themselves on credit, and that's where they're kind of going wrong. They're just saying, "Oh well," because look, I educated myself. I thought I didn't get the points if I paid it off before the month. That was a lie.
Yeah,
my dumb ass thought. So I'm only carrying a balance and paying the minimum every month so I can get the points from the card.
Oh, you paying much worse by carrying the balance for that long. You paying all that interest unnecessarily, and the points ain't doing you no good at that point.
Exactly. And I'm like, if I need to do something, I'll just pay it off and it'll work the next month. No, my dumb ass, all I did was swipe. I told her to buy the groceries or buy this cruise rather, which was like $3,000. And I'm like, so I'm supposed to get double 2.5% points because it's travel. Man, them points was in there in like 6 days. I was like, damn. And then I could just pay it off. So yeah, people are just educating themselves on what they think is going to happen. So you really actually, for these credit cards, you need to read the damn pamphlet. They all come with pamphlets. They tell you exactly how this stuff works.
But now one thing, a lot of people, real quick, Mr. Leonard, hold on, real quick. A lot of things, one thing that a lot of people get misconstrued and don't really understand, which is a large part of the game, is the due date versus the statement date on your credit card.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Man,
So a lot of people pay their bill
Ashton
by
booting
the
you for
due date. Huh?
Ashton booting you for 2 minutes, Mr. Leonard. Just stay in the back for 2 minutes. He giving you a 2-minute timeout.
A
Damn,
lot
Ashton.
of people,
I'm bringing you back up at 10:18.
a lot of people pay their credit card by the due date, but then they'll use it again before the statement date, and then
Damn.
they wonder why their score is still not rising. So it's really, really important to understand when your statement date is or your billing date, and then to use your credit card after that date. You know what I'm saying? And then, go back. That's another hack that you could utilize their money if you have the money coming in, but you know what I'm saying, be outside of the guidelines. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. All right, let's get back to this. When we were on the hidden costs of home ownership, this is what we're trying to educate people. So today, if you're just tuning in to the Trigger Mike Show, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the illustrious Lapeef Network. We are talking about buying versus renting. Is home ownership still the goal? So for those of you that want to own a home, we're going to talk about the hidden costs of it. Then for those of you that are renting, I want you to come up and let me know why you're still doing so and why you believe it's the best choice for you. And those of you who have dreams of buying a home, especially in 2024 and beyond, come on up and let us know why you think home ownership is still the flex. So HOA fees. We were on HOA fees, fellas. What y'all got to say about that? What does your HOA look like?
We don't have HOA fees, but like that was one of the things that for me, whenever I'm buying a home, I definitely don't want to be in a place that has homeowners fees, HOA fees, homeowners association. The reason being is because the truth is, this is the truth. Let me just say it real quick. You never own anything. You never own a home. You never own it.
Not really.
You never own it. Even if you pay it off, if you got 500,000, the house costs 500,000, you pay it off, you still don't own it, because guess what? The land rights really belong to the government.
You
and
don't pay the property taxes.
Right. Every year. Then make it so bad with a homeowners association. If you don't pay them every month, they could put a tax lien.
Hold up, bro. They took somebody's house.
Yeah,
for
that's what I was about to say.
For unpaid fines.
Yes, that's what I said. They could do that. That's in the guidelines. So I don't like buying a home with a homeowners association.
So the funniest thing is that y'all got to realize. So in Texas, in my area of Texas, they have these things called master plan communities. I didn't see them before I got here. I'm sure they got them other places too, but they make it so attractive to live in these. So have you ever been to like a super deluxe apartment complex? They got everything, all the amenities, dope ass pool, state of the art gym. They have what do you call it? Resident parties, resident. Yeah, that's what the master plan community is, except for houses. So they make it very attractive. Like everybody, they have the best schools. All the Walmart wants to build. It's always nearby. Like they build inside the neighborhood. HEB, the grocery store, is always in the neighborhood, and all of the food places. So they make it really attractive to want to live in the master plan community, but they always have an HOA. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They're usually the same HOA. So I would say for the modern home buyer, unless you are going to build on acreage, you're going to have an HOA. You cannot escape it. What do y'all think?
You actually
Well,
need,
I
you actually,
specifically,
Go ahead.
if I may, I specifically said I didn't want an HOA. Reason being, I don't need to pay somebody over $200 a month to tell me I got to cut my grass. If I want to paint the front of my house pink, purple, and fuchsia because I'm buying this house, I want to
Okay.
have that right. See, now
Yep.
the hustle is they tell you it keeps the continuity of the neighborhood intact and the property value doesn't drop. That's their hook to get people into a
All right.
homeowners association.
But you know what else is the hook? I got to cut you off right there, Mr. Leonard. You know what else is the hook? I don't want your pink and purple ass house next to my house either.
That
It's
too.
like, you better go on with that Scooby Doo looking ass house. I don't want that. That's gonna
Mhm.
definitely make my property value go down. Woo!
That too, but it's the downing of the property value. That's their hook. They're like, well, if I get a house here, then I know the property value is going to maintain itself, and da da da. Yeah, okay.
All right, let's read this comment from Danielle. She says people need to understand that when it comes to HOA fees, it is not part of your mortgage. So you need to decide whether you want an HOA and treat it like an additional bill. That is 100% correct. My HOA bill is due January 1st, and that shit just went up to $1,400, which I used
Wow.
to complain about.
Whoa, wait, whoa. Trigger
Hold
Mike.
up. I
Wait. Can I
used to
ask you a question?
complain.
You just said your homeowners association fees is $1,400 a month?
No, a year. Oh my God.
A year. Oh, a
A
year.
year. Oh my.
That's still kind of
No,
bad though.
no. Hey, hold on. I used to complain, bro. My brother's is 200 a month. They can pay theirs monthly, and he's in a PG County, Maryland, and so that's over $2,000 a year. So I'm working out pretty well over here. They just took it up to 1,400. They just voted last month at the committee meeting, because of the cost of the grass, the agriculture people, what the landscapers.
Hmm.
They want more money. But what I'm hearing, what people don't actually do, and they don't get involved in this enough, you can actually disband your HOA. You can say, no, we're going to take it over as a
I would never do
um
it. I would never be an HOA. My when I first moved in, I hated it because I just thought it was gonna be. I thought I was paying money for no reason. But I've been in my place now for almost 20 years, and over the time, people have moved in and moved out, and I thank God for the HOA because I had some neighbors over the years who moved in. We we they actually had to get on these neighbors for not cutting the grass, not taking care, not fixing
oh
up the
yeah.
homes, and then we started at one point in time we started having a bunch of people move out and rent their home out. So we actually just passed a bylaw that you can't rent your home out anymore.
Ooh. So that's what we're going through now, John the Baptist. That's what we're going through now. Um
You want that though. I was gonna fight against, but you really want that because renting your home out brings down the value of your home too.
rent so not only is the renters thing, so here's what happened. People were renting their home out in the section next to mine. I don't know what the hell I was looking at because I work from home. But I was out walking my kids. I'm walking, my kids riding their bikes. Somebody like, hey, Mike, what's going on? Just in random chat, dude said, did you see the cops here the other day? I was like, the cops. But it was all the way at the other end of the street. It was the cops, the FBI. These mugs, these kids, mother rented the house out for them. So dude moved. He needed to move. He was a doctor. Him and the wife divorced, so she moved somewhere, he went to another state, but he decided to rent the house instead of selling it.
Hmm.
These two kids, or two boys, were making not making meth, or no, what, fentanyl, whatever. They were hustling
Yeah.
fentanyl pills. That's out of this house, bro. In
Hmm.
my neighborhood, it's not that type of neighborhood.
Yep.
And he
See.
said, and it was all because, and the HOA had to they didn't stop people from renting their houses because they pushed back for a little bit, only because of the pandemic and or Airbnb and all that type of stuff. Um, but if you buy a home here and you register with the HOA, you cannot rent the home for at least 1 year. So if you buy it, it has to be your primary residence for at least 1 year. So that turns a lot of people off anyway that just want to rent it and do stupid shit.
And we got a couple houses. I'm not sure when it happened, because but a couple houses got brought up by some investors, and it's like they run like a YouTube. I don't know what they're doing, but it's like a YouTube people live out there in these couple houses, and that's what made them really come in and start saying you can rent your house out anymore. They tried to kick those people out, but they come to find out that the people that own the house, it's a business. Basically, it's a business that's buying up a couple houses.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, that's like some places in the south suburbs outside of Chicago. I mean, at one time, if you told someone I live in Homewood, Flossmoor, Country Club Hills, Hazel Crest, you were really living someplace. But after the projects in Chicago, the Robert Taylor homes and Cabrini Green housing projects were torn down. They did the scattered site housing thing. Now you have those former residents there that are renting properties, well, really it's Section 8, all the way out there in those far south suburbs, right? No pride of ownership, anything. Now, Country Club Hills, they're having drive-by shootings.
Damn.
It's ridiculous.
Damn.
It is utterly ridiculous.
So are we making a case for the HOA that you need to have?
No,
HOA?
I don't think so.
Depending what now, this is just what I say. This is just me, so I'm not like a person educated in all these things. If you live in an area whereas the real estate value is at a particular number, you're going to weed yourself out from being around certain persons. And if they do certain practices, you do have the ability to get with the neighborhood committee and get them out.
Well, the problem with that now, is that there are more people. I don't know if this says more people with money. There's people with money but don't have no sense of pride or proud about where they live at. They got the money to get the place and they can afford it. And so you're not gonna weed them out because they probably got more money than most of us.
Mm-hmm.
But they just live there, they don't really care. So they won't take care of their home. They got like 4 or 5 cars parked in the middle of the street in the driveway, and they're not maintaining a home. They're not maintaining a property. So I don't think in this day and time you're going to have
Let me
HOAs.
ask you, John. Let me ask you, because I've heard a lot of people say this. So we actually do not have a huge problem with lawn care, but I think I know what that is. Do a lot of Mexicans? Do you live by a lot of Mexicans in an area?
We don't have a problem. We don't have a problem in our neighborhood because your lawn gonna be taken care of.
No, I'm saying y'all. Do you live around a lot of Mexicans? That's what I mean.
No.
Or the person that was going through that. Yeah, because I realized that our lawn care isn't a problem because Jose will knock on your door. You need grass cut?
But
$30.
Now
Yo,
we got
never. I took my lawnmower back 2 years ago, bro.
I got a lawnmower to go out there and used about 15 years.
Man,
let me ask y'all a quick question. So y'all paying for somebody else to tell you and your neighbors what you can and can't do with
let me
finish my question first, bro. Let me finish my question. So y'all paying for someone to tell you what you and your neighbors can't do with the property that you pay for with their hard-earned money. They don't keep the grounds. They don't take care of any maintenance in your house. They don't take care of maintenance outside your house. But all they do is regulate what you and your neighbors can and can't do. Is
all right?
That
So let me go first, John. Let me go first because somebody said it. It may have been Israel. I can't even remember. But so the part that I do agree with is that it does protect your home value. Ray said if he wanted to paint his house purple and fuchsia, nobody wants to buy a home. My wife could find rather her dream home, and I'm not letting her buy that shit next to that purple and fuchsia. I'm not doing it. And if the person next to me has the ability to do that, I'm going to be pissed. So what the reason why the HOA for me, it doesn't really matter is because what you'll find is that most of these people around here in this, what do you call it, demographic group, we have the same interests anyway. You see, we have mostly the same interests, income level to take care of shit. So, with them knowing that they're going to get fined if their grass isn't cut, and the HOA is relentless with giving fines. When I want to sell my house and people are randomly doing drive-bys to see the house, I know that the grass is cut and the neighborhood looks well kept, so I can sell my house quickly. So I would rather have an HOA. The benefits far outweigh the pros outweigh the cons to me. John, go ahead.
And Mills, I'm not paying the HOA to tell me when to cut my grass, tell me they want to cut the grass or remodel my house. No, what I'm paying the HOA for is to protect my investment.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I first moved in, I looked at it like I don't want these folks telling me when I got to cut my grass and when they change my shutters and all that. Like I know how to take care of my home. But as I got into it and I started living here longer, no, this is an investment. This is part of my retirement portfolio. So I'm paying to maintain my part of my retirement.
Okay. Let me read this real quick. Then we're gonna get Ray in here. What's going on, Ray? Good evening.
What's good, bro?
All right. So Danielle says renters tend not to take care of homes as good as homeowners. So it's easy to tell neighborhoods that have a lot of renters versus homeowners. They tend to look more run down. I can tell you that in the area where I live, these mugs decided to use the rest of the land. Now I understand why they build homes, the biggest homes first, like the most expensive. So in my area, when you came here for the first time, like, oh, I want to live here, all the $1 million, multi-million dollar homes, they were first. And then they went down to the stuff that I could afford, right? They do that because the land that's left over. Do you know what these mugs did with it in the community adjacent to mine? They built a renters home community, and it was finished last year. So the people that live there have not been living there no more than a year and a half. I randomly went to drive through there. Nobody's freaking grass is cut. Weeds out the wazoo. So she is 100% right. Night and day from what my neighborhood looks like, where the HOA gives out fines like Christmas cards. All right. So Ray, you got it, bro. What you got on the topic?
Oh no, I was like, I saw you guys were talking about money, so I figured I'd swing through because you guys are right. Like the HOA, it's interesting. One of the things that I've seen with my business, we only deal in $1 million and up properties, is they'll put these duplexes in, but they're literally like $500,000 duplexes so that people can't rent them with the remaining land. Like I've seen that happen quite a few times where you're in an area where it's multi-million dollar homes, and then they had those little tracts of land, and they're like, we're going to put duplexes here, but they're going to be like $500,000-$600,000 so that people can't buy them to rent. Like you have to buy them, and then people who want to be in those school districts will buy those properties. Like they're all sold.
Yep.
To have half a yard for
Crazy,
$500,000.
Crazy as shit that you just said that. Me and my wife cannot justify these Highland home. Now it is a premium home builder. In the front of the community, there's a patch of land. They did half of it commercial. There's like a pet suites in front of it. Damn, them people gonna make money. And these white people got all these damn pets. Let me tell you. But they put a pet suites there right in the front of the community, and a townhome complex.
Yep.
Townhome looks dope. All brick, all the way up, right? Inside looks dope. Them shits are starting at $450 in Texas, in the suburbs of Texas, of West Houston. I'm like, $450? Who the hell gonna pay that? Shit sold out.
Well, but you know who won't buy it? You know who won't buy it? BlackRock. There won't be renters.
Yeah, I was like, ain't no way. I said $450. You got homes that cost $450. They bought them shit. They bought them shit.
They actually built some condos next to us, and we was kind of pissed off when they was going to build it, when they brought the land to build it. But then after they put them up, we found out, they put them up. We found out through the plan that they was actually going to charge a few $100,000, about $100,000 less than what we pay for our homes.
Mm-hmm.
So it actually worked out. It actually made our value of our home go up even more when they did it. I was shocked by that one. Now that would surprise me. So it didn't. So it can work out if they build them right. And like I said, these are brick too. They look almost like our homes.
Gotcha.
Buying a townhouse or a condo is a bad investment and a bad purchase, really, to be honest with you. I mean, most people buy it for the aesthetic of it or for the look or for the location or whatever the case may be, but you only own what's in the walls. You don't actually own the walls or the, you know what I'm saying? And then beside that, when it comes to reselling it or getting out of it is very, very challenging. You know what I'm
So
saying? Getting
That
a
I
it's
so
townhome
hold
like
on, hold on,
not
that.
hold on.
is you're
Let me,
wrong.
let me say that. I was gonna say,
Okay,
let me say
okay,
is
Ray De
I
Niro.
don't know.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't know because they have 1, 2,
It
3, 4.
depends on where you're at. That's a
My community
blanket
has
Facts. I'll,
statement that
I'll,
6,000.
does
I'll give
sound
you that.
wrong.
Hold on. My community has 6,000 homes and counting. They're not even done yet. They got the last sections, what they call it, final opportunities right
Mhm.
now, and 2 of those are townhome complexes. Let me tell you why I think that has changed. I don't know about pre-pandemic, but it has definitely changed
It's
post-pandemic.
changed.
It's definitely changed post-pandemic because
Hmm.
the cheap. So these are now considered starter homes. All right, and what I didn't know is those people that sold those 700,000 and up homes in California, those homes were like less than 1,000 square feet
Oh
in,
yeah.
in like Compton. So a 1,800 to 2,000 square foot townhouse out here in the West Houston suburbs is a like mansion to them. And it's the cheapest product you can get in this school district that's so prestigious. So they are every single one that goes on sale is literally under contract within 5 days.
It's
But
sold.
you
It's
So
you,
under
you
contract
realize
and sold.
that that's kind of like the exception to the rule. So
No, it actually
again,
is.
Yeah,
well,
Mills
but
if you got hold
is
on real quick. If you
hold
got
on,
people
It's changing.
if you got
let,
people coming from Cali, if you got people moving from Cali, right, and they're trying to get out of California and Mass, or they're trying to get out of New York and Mass, snowbirds, or whatever the case may be, then that's a little bit different than the overall market or the overall United States landscape. You know what I'm saying? Because you realize that some places are more desirable to live than others, right? You realize that, right?
yeah.
You got
So
to take it
is
to the account. In Texas, there's no state income taxes, so people take that into account as well. You know what I'm saying?
I live in North Carolina, and right outside the major city, right outside of I'm gonna say mid city, a small city. Um, and so the reason why I think your statement is why it's changed what your statement, your idea, what it used to look like, because if you go to Charlotte's not a major city, I guess it's a mid city.
Yo,
But if you
Charlotte is
get,
a major city,
but if you so if no one wants to live in Charlotte anymore,
right?
they come out to where I'm at.
Gastonia,
So
on the outskirts, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's basically what's happening. So when you start seeing these townhomes that go up, they're not going up for $100,000. They're going up for $3,000, $4,000 for a $2,000 square foot apartment or a townhome. If they're not on the market long.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
yeah, it's
I hear you. But also, you got to remember that during the pandemic, people were paying 100 to 150,000 over asking price in order
People.
to get. And hold on, real quick. In
Okay.
order to get in the home for to begin with. So just because people are doing it right now does not mean it's sustainable. Number one, and number two does not mean that they'll be able to get their money back out when they go to resell it.
So
but what
so
well,
yeah,
yeah,
what,
well,
go ahead, Ray.
getting
it
your
It's
money
Ray's
back,
turn.
getting your
Let's let Ray
okay,
get
my
in
bad.
there.
All right, go
is
ahead, Ray.
the thing you guys are leaving over is it wasn't people who were doing that, Israel. It was institutions who were doing that, specifically BlackRock. Every property that they bought up, that they jacked the rates up on, that people are like, no one's going to live there. They can hold all those houses for 20 years, my guy. 20. That's their backstop. And I know for a fact how much they have of a backstop at that specific corporation because they're not letting any of those houses go. Because
Yeah.
I dated someone who was in that industry during that time period. So like I know for a fact they can sit on those houses for 20 years vacant. No one lives in them.
Right, but that's a different
So
conversation. You're exactly right about that,
but
Ray.
is
That's a different
when you say
conversation, though.
that people were having to pay those exorbitant prices, there weren't that many people buying those houses. Those houses went away. They're now sitting vacant.
Oh, that's fair. I mean,
So
that's more to my point that I'm trying to make. That's fair.
so my
If
question,
J.P. Morgan or Blackstone, whoever, if those people are buying those properties or whatever the case may be in mass, which I've heard they are, cool. But that's not. We're talking about people. I'm talking about common people buying homes, selling homes, trying to get their value out.
But the piece that you're missing is the intent behind that. People aren't supposed to be owning houses any longer. They're making a renter class for peasants. That's
So
what those of you who don't own homes now, you're peasants.
Let me address what is. Let me address what is really talking about. 'Cause I know what is coming from. He's looking at it as if you buy these homes now, that you're gonna get stuck in something you probably can't get your money back out of. Well, and I figured this out by buying a house. Buying a house is like the stock market. Because when I first bought my home in 2005, 2006, I bought it at a dollar value. That dollar value within by 2008 came, it dropped to about, I lost about 70 cents on the dollar. I say about 60 cents on the dollar. Went down to 60 cents. But then the longer I stayed in that home, guess what? I've tripled my home. I've tripled the cost.
You
what I
got
paid
your
for it.
value back, yeah.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. You don't look at it like, yeah, you got to know when to sell and when not to sell your home to get the money back out of it.
Yeah, if it's a long term, so basically long term versus short term. But the one thing I will say about the townhome products now is the market has changed, because it's still going to be the lowest price per square foot. No matter what you do, no matter how you slice it, it is a 100%. I didn't know this, right? But it's a 100% viable starter home. And we're not just talking about townhomes. If you see the way they build them here, I would buy that. So they have them
nice.
on all. They are really nice. They build them bachelor style with the loft, like Marcus from Boomerang style, where they have the stairs. You have to walk up the stairs to the front door. Then when you go in the front door, you walk downstairs, and there's a game room and one bedroom there, and like an enclosure for a big ass. So if you have like a teenager, that could be their own space. You don't even got to see them. Then you can walk from the front door upstairs into the living room and kitchen, and then you have 2 bedrooms, the master and a third bed. I walked in there just one day, wherever they build new sections, you go be nosy. Or I ain't gonna lie, my stove was missing. It's the same home builder that built my home, and my home was missing a knob on the stove, so I went and took that shit. But I should have said that.
You shouldn't have admitted that. You shouldn't have admitted that. They're looking for that knob right now. They know where to find it. They know where to find that knob.
I went and took the knob. I was like, I wonder if they put in the same stoves. And it's just, let me just walk in there.
You so ghetto. You so ghetto.
I went and took that. Fuck that. How they gonna
the knobless?
What's that dude called? What's the dude called? The construction manager. You know how they make all these promises? Yeah. Oh, that's nothing. I'll get you one. Let me get that on order. Man, this dude disappeared. I never heard from this ninja again. They owed me a damn.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
I never heard from this dude again. He didn't drive down the street no more.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You ever seen these new Kias, like a K5 or like the new Hyundais or anything like that?
Yeah, that shit's dope too.
Yeah, right. They got all the bells.
Yo, they bringing out some kind of Hyundai Santa Fe. That shit look like a damn Land Rover Defender. I was like, good God.
Right. See, they look like they got all the bells, the whistles, the woos, the wahs, the everything that a luxury like a Mercedes Benz or like a Porsche or something would have, right? Yep. The backup cam, the Bluetooth, the heated seats, the privacy, all of this, right? But when you go to resell it, you realize that you pay $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 for a Kia or for a Hyundai. And then when you go to sell it, you only can get like 15, 20 off of it. And then you feel like, that's the same thing with this townhouse. Hold on real quick. Let me just bring my point home. That's the same thing with these condominium townhouses, just for the record. But go ahead, I digress.
No, let me get in there. So you could be you're right for a time period now. The time period that you're right is when the interest rates went down, and the same problem that you're saying is happening with the townhome happened with every other home in every community. They all got inflated pricing. So what they did was make the townhome more attractive because it's still the cheapest product in the neighborhood for somebody who's looking for a 3-bedroom, maybe 2.5 bath. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen townhomes with 4 bedrooms. I don't know. Y'all might have seen it, but most of them have.
They got them.
Yeah, I was gonna say most of them are 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. The ones I've seen in this area, because I've looked at them as a product to. Yeah, I was actually gonna do some slick shit. I was going to use my VA loan and make that my primary residence so I could get the homestead exemption, but I wasn't really gonna live there. So I was looking at those, but no matter how you slice it, it's still the lowest price
Stop
per square
snitching
foot.
on yourself, Trigger. My God, dog, you
No,
my
no,
man.
no.
Stop
I didn't do it.
Trigger,
Honestly,
Trigger, the lead.
in defense of Trigger Mike, in defense, he's not snitching on himself because what eventually comes up is, say he rent that property, right?
Mhm.
The person that's living in that property pays taxes on that property. Now, all of the lights go off at the VA, and to go back to a very old movie, that's your ass, Mr. Postman.
Wait, since
So
when
Trigger,
did it wait,
Trigger, all
wait,
you gotta
wait, wait,
do is
wait.
be there
Since
for
when
3
does a
months,
renter
bro.
pay the
It's 3
taxes
months.
on a property?
3 months for residency, Trigger. You just be there for 3 months.
Yeah, you gotta be. It's gotta be your residence, right? At least for 90 days.
Yeah,
But yo,
no, I didn't go through with it.
when? But I'm trying to find out since when does a renter pay the taxes for the
So are
lien
you
holder?
talking about like
No,
an
their
owner
W-2
finance?
goes there, is what he's saying. It flags another person at the house that's not related to you.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
It's
Yeah,
just
like
just
it's
like
an
something.
investment, like it's an investment, but it's an
All right,
investment
so
vehicle.
let's move the conversation forward because we only got the HOA fees. So landscaping and lawn care. Do you think people understand the amount? So the good thing is they're creating communities like mine. I'm sorry, but the one we're trying to move into, the HOA is $1,800 a month, and I was like, "What the
Ooh,
hell?"
a
Mm-mm.
month?
I'm sorry. Damn, a year.
You keep
Oh,
saying a
okay.
month. That's
Oh,
like
yeah.
I'm like,
Who the
whoa,
hell
where
would
you live?
No, I definitely
I was
live
like,
in a
where do you
man-themed
live,
community.
Yeah,
Buckhead?
you keep
Oh,
saying
you
a
know what's
month. I'm like,
crazy?
what?
You know what's crazy? Those $1 million home sections that I told you about, their HOA is like that. It's completely different from ours. Like it'll say HOA 1,400, except for this section, that section, that section. Those are the gated $1 million homes with their own lakes and
Mhm.
stuff. They pay like $750 per month, some shit like that. But they get like the landscaping for free. They're like their front yards are all cut. So they are doing that where the $1,800 a year they cut your front lawn for you to maintain the property. But do you think people understand lawn care and landscaping and
No,
the costs
No.
associated with that?
Heck no.
No.
no, they
Not if you
don't.
haven't owned a home. Heck no.
Man,
Especially if you
that's
live in the
why
South where it get hot.
I'm
Yeah,
debating now. I've been trying to get a sprinkler system put in for the past 3 years. I keep waiting on the market to drop because the sprinkler system went from like $3,000 a year to $3,000 to purchase one to almost like $7,000 to purchase one, and just in the past 3 years.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
damn.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get one of those electric units that it just keeps your water hot all the time, no matter how much you use, it stays hot.
Mm-hmm.
They
What is
want
that?
10. It's sort of like, in layman's terms, it's sort of like a radiator of some sort, electric radiator.
Oh, I
And
need that.
if you have, like a whirlpool bath like I do and all this other stuff, you will never run out of hot water.
Yep.
It will keep consistent hot water for your
Damn.
home. But
I need that.
the thing about it, yeah, look into it, research it. The thing about it though, man, they cost 10 grand.
Oh, all that stuff. You already know. Anything home is in the thousands. My daughter just is 6 years old and just discovered showers. They done stopped taking baths. Now all of a sudden, there's no more hot water when my ass want to take a bath. We have
That,
two.
don't
We
that
have
hurt
They
two.
want
your
to
soul?
take 30-minute showers.
We have 2 water heaters, by the way. So I don't know how the hell.
Damn, son.
You got zoned. Okay, so you got zoned water heating along with zoned air conditioning.
So
Oh my goodness!
what Trigger Mike just did? He humble brag. He just told us he lived in a 6,000 square foot house.
Or better.
That's what he just
Or
told us.
better.
No,
I was
no,
about
no,
to
no.
say.
I don't live in a house that big. But
Well, what you
No,
need
you
2
don't.
water heaters for?
Your house
No,
is real
you don't
efficient,
need
Mike.
a house.
Yeah. What do you need 2
You
water heaters for
actually,
then, sir?
no,
you don't need a house that size
with
to
this
have
home
that
builder, I was
because.
gonna say, well, with this home
Oh, go
builder
ahead.
though, that was that everybody had their own thing. Theirs was insulated, double insulated walls, and dual
Mhm.
water heater. Another person was dual, not climate, AC. They had two, like, if your house is 3,000 square feet, your or over, your light bill is going to be extremely high if you only got one, and
Mhm.
you don't have like those smart thermostats. It's going to be
Yeah.
trying to cool and heat the whole house. So if you have two, it can just one does this part of the house, it'll shut
Yeah.
down. And so some people did that. These people, theirs were double insulated walls, and to keep the heat and cool in, and dual water heater in every house. So that you don't have to have a huge house.
That's at least 5,000 square feet, man. Like my man said in the chat. That's at
No,
least
no, no, no,
5,000.
no,
Not even that.
no.
Not even
'cause
that.
You ain't fooling us, Trigger Mike.
I'm at 25, and I got zoned AC, heat and AC.
Actually, I can understand
Wait,
zone
Leonard,
man,
we're
that's
AC.
talking
dope.
about
I
two
would-
water heaters, though, fam. We're not
I can
talking about.
understand. I can
I know,
understand
that-
zone.
hold on.
He was accommodating the both with the
Dude,
dual water
no.
heater and
Y'all tripping. Y'all probably, some of y'all don't even know if y'all got dual water heaters right now. Y'all probably got that shit in your house right now, and you never even bothered to look.
Nah,
The
nah,
I
dual-
nah,
got,
nah.
know.
I got
Hold up.
one. I only got
The
one.
dual AC unit is the flex. When I figured out that, like, the dude said, the realtor, my frat brother, was like, you can actually fight with like one of these builders, like Weston Homes. He said you can actually let them know if you don't move in, if you don't add, because what they do is they'll add the block for the dual LC and all the vents on that side,
Mm.
but they don't finish it. They're like to leave it to you, and they'd be like, man, if you don't put that, ask them to put that shit there, or you're not buying a house. And watch them be like, all right, well, he's gonna pretend to call. He's like, I've worked with this dude all the time. He's gonna pretend to call his boss, and they're gonna add the shit there. So what they started to do was blinds. If you got a 3,000 square foot home, they don't put no blinds in that shit, you gonna be mad on day one when you get that bill. So they started adding all the amenities to these houses. Each builder got their own amenities. But yeah, I figured out the real flex is dual AC units. That will really
It
save
is.
you.
It is. It
That
saves
is
a
dual
lot.
water heaters.
It does, because see the
Water heater is like $1,000. Come on, it ain't shit.
the absolute largest room in my home. This is like, say, the family entertainment room, and it's just me by myself. So, the family entertainment room with the TV on the wall and the surround sound system and all this other, for entertaining guests. This room right here where I'm sitting, this room, it has its own independent heat and AC unit. Then when you go into the rest of the house, it has its own independent heat and AC unit. So why sit there and run your unit to cool? Because it get hot in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cool all that house to be comfortable when I only got a cool right here where I'm gonna be chilling at watching my movies. So it is cost effective, believe it or not.
That is my number one. That is the number one thing I have about moving into a house that's 3,500 square foot and up.
Cost
My
efficiency.
mother-in-law needs to move in,
Mm-hmm.
so we need 2 bedrooms down. I want a media room, make that, but it's not necessary. So the game room, we got to have that for the kids so they can stay the hell up out my space, right? But I'm afraid. One of my daughter's friends, we had a birthday party in the house. This dude has one of those big ass houses in that neighborhood. Complains all the time. Like, I listened to my wife. I didn't do my due diligence. She said this was going to be our house, and he's in oil and gas. He said I had a bomb year. He's like, I put 300,000 down on it. All right.
God,
This
no.
dude said his light bill is $600 a month minimum.
Oh, hell no.
I said, Nick, what? Like,
Hell
look,
no.
this is all of us
How many-
listening.
how-
Somebody
how many-
was drinking
how-
a beer,
how many kids?
watching the
How many
TV.
kids?
He got one kid, bro. One
Oh,
kid.
hell
Does the
no.
kid turn all the lights on?
No,
That's
the kid is my
$7,200 a
daughter.
month.
She's 6
I
years
mean, a
old.
year.
And
She's
bruh,
6 years old.
this is not to say I'm telling a better story than him. My boy Darren, he's got one of those houses, one of those tall boys, right?
Mm.
Like me, I got the ranch
Two-story,
style through and through.
ceiling. I'm sorry, 2-story.
Vaulted
living room.
ceilings. Vaulted ceilings, right? Well, when they put the ceiling fan in, they have to put a shaft that's like the length of a broomstick for the ceiling fan to actually circulate the air
Yep.
properly. Yeah, dude was paying $700 a month
That's a car
electric
payment.
bill
Yeah,
faithfully.
that's just
That's a car
ridiculous.
payment.
Man.
So
Look, faithfully.
when both of my
Just
With
to
kids was
keep,
insurance.
That's
home,
a nice car payment, like
no,
a
no,
With
real
both of my
nice
insurance.
car
kids was
yeah,
payment.
home.
but
When both of my kids was home,
faithfully, right?
we was spending $4 a month.
But he is paying that faithfully to keep the whole house cooled off.
Ooh.
It get hot in Georgia, you know, because he had his 2 sons and his daughter, and you know, hell, his man cave was the garage. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here like, damn, bruh, you better than me, a whole lot better, because ain't no way in hell I'm gonna be paying. I can't do it.
We paid
And you know what it is too?
we
I
paid
think
$3 to
people.
$4 a month electricity.
So that
Thank
how
you.
old was the house?
It wasn't an old house. It's all brick. It's one of them tall boys too. I mean,
So,
you know, one of them you look up at.
So
You know
that's
them,
a good
them
question because
typical
these older
houses they
homes.
show, like when they show Atlanta, but
yeah.
this ain't in Atlanta. But they show them homes.
Yep.
He got one of them tall boys. You just
So-
sit there looking up like.
So the only reason I'm asking is because like our houses, like our custom built houses here in KC, like they're so well done that they have to put a system in to suck air in from outside to get fresh air into the house.
Oh, okay.
So like
That's not
I'm
the case in Georgia.
they're like that's like a whole thing. Like there's a whole green initiative that's going on here
Yeah.
specifically because it gets both hot and cold. So like if your
Yeah.
house is inefficient, you getting beat up both ways. So like our houses are sealed up so well that like they have to put a specific unit to suck air in from outside so you don't suffocate.
So
your house.
that's the what do you call it? That's the index score. The
Yep.
HERS index score. So that
Yep.
that was one of the selling points on my house. They were like, our HERS index score is higher than this builder, that builder, that builder. So and I was like, what does this mean, man? I was like, speaking layman's terms, he said we double insulate the walls. So when your house is cool, it stays cool for long. So basically, my AC will run. We only got one unit. It will run for an hour, but won't come back on for 3-4 hours at least. In hot ass Houston, Texas. All right.
Yeah, but see,
So
that's,
it'll
I
keep it
just
in,
looked at.
and the heat it'll keep it in. So that's why I'm wondering. I think that dude I was telling y'all about, his house might be 15, 20 years old with poor insulation. So the heat, he only has one AC unit, and the heat and or cool escapes as soon as it as it cools the house. So that's crazy.
Yeah, because I just looked at my doggone.
And he's probably losing it through the windows. The windows in the doors is the biggest place
Oh,
he's
that's
losing.
right. I heard that's the number one leak, right?
Yeah, windows. You got to have
windows and
energy
doors,
efficient
windows and
windows. Yeah.
doors.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
God.
you want to have energy efficient windows. Absolutely. That's a big
Oh
thing.
shit. You so let me tell
That's
you
another expense.
Let me tell you the new thing that I'm noticing now with these builders we got: Weston Homes, Highland Homes, Perry Homes. All of the windows are like black, tinted. So but it, and I'm like, first off, it looks dope. That's why I'm like, okay, we got to get one of these with the black ass windows. My wife's like, I don't see the difference. It definitely is a difference.
Yep.
But when I looked into it, they said, no, that's on purpose. Not only is it reflecting light away, that's why they're really dark. She said, go in and look at how insulated. They got like a special bonding to the brick to where it's like a 50-year warranty. Like they say no air will escape or come in this motherfucker. I was like, damn, that's crazy. So they're building them pretty dope.
Trigger. One of the things I was going to tell you was, you can get UV tint where like it still looks like a normal window, but it keeps those rays from coming into your house. Like there's tint companies that can go into your house and like hit those windows. So like if you don't want blinds, it'll keep that heat out. So we have that here too.
Damn.
Yeah, because I mean, I just looked at my not utility, my water and sewage for the month. That's why I walked away. $22.98.
Oh, that's good. That's a low water.
They just went up per thousand. So let me ask y'all. So this is something I don't think people know. They just went up on our water. Do they make y'all pay by 1,000 gallon? Some bullshit like that?
I would have to
Yeah, let me
read
look at
my
the bill.
bill, but I had a
I gotta
whole
look at the bill.
garden. I had a whole garden thing going on in the backyard. I'm sitting on like a half acre of land, and I was growing. I decided because I was bored, I ain't had nothing to do. I said I'm gonna plant some stuff, and then I went crazy with it.
Mhm.
And my water bill has yet to go over $30. And you know how hot it was last summer. So,
Mhm.
you're watering, if you got a garden, you're talking about running the water for an hour to an hour and a half, at least 3 times a day. So your
But you stay by yourself though, don't you, brother?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
yeah,
He lived by himself.
Yeah, you live by yourself, so that's about right.
yeah. But even like even when like my grandkids, they come, do their thing, and not to what do y'all call it when someone says something that's off the topic? What do y'all call that?
To derail the conversation.
There you go. Thank you, brother. Not to
But to
derail the
derail the
conversation,
conversation.
but for these kids today, man, you have to threaten them to go outside and play. I'm like, get your ass outside.
Yeah, they're not going back outside, big bro. They're not
Never.
doing that.
It ain't happening.
You used
There
to
are
have to
there are too
doggone
many.
whoop us to make us come in the house. Now you
Right.
got to stand there whoop them to get them out the house to get some air and sunshine and some running around.
Bet that. All right. So, of all of the other hidden costs of home ownership, does anybody want to touch on any of this or have any experience with it? So, we have pest control,
Mhm.
maintenance, appraisal, home insurance, PMI, reselling the home, and inspection. Anybody
I
can go
spent. I
if you
think I
got any.
spent about.
Well,
I think I
what
spent
what
about
what?
six. I spent $60 a month in pest control. I do landscaping. I'm doing about 75 $250 a month in landscaping, depending on what all I get done. Well, not a
Oh,
month,
that's
but
it?
only doing the. Oh yeah, because my yard is pretty basic. I just keep everything maintained.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. Wow.
but I
Yeah,
got a little section that I got some bushes, stuff, flowers in, but not too much. Uh, we get killed and we get killed in. Well, I say get killed at HOA fees, but I don't mind paying it though. Now I understand why we're doing it. But yeah, some of that stuff is just
Hey, you missed something up there, Trigger.
What?
When your house foundational issues, when your house begins to settle.
Structural? That's
Yeah,
maintenance.
Yeah.
yeah. When that's a little beyond maintenance. When your house foundation,
I mean, he
that's
has roof and AC and heater and stuff on there.
but I'm talking about
This ain't mine.
foundational
I
issues.
didn't create that.
The
But
foundation.
not only are
Wait,
you
so
right. First
wait,
off,
right when
this
your
is
house gets to settling in, and then
Yep.
the foundation shifts. Like that's some major stuff, or
Yep.
could be
that's
some
it.
major
I had
stuff.
cracks.
that
I had
that will
cracks.
ruin your plumbing and everything.
I
Mhm.
had cracks in my what do you call it?
The
Foundation.
Now I
foundational
have
wall.
doors on the left side of my house won't close. But my house
Hmm
3 years old. So
Yeah,
no door on the left side of my house. So my office door, this door right here, my bedroom door won't close. I'm sorry, my bedroom door won't close. Bathroom door in my bedroom won't close.
you live in Texas. You live in
I
Texas though.
do. I do.
Yeah,
And
and that's why Texas had the worst.
um I'm waterfront. There's a lake in the back.
yeah,
Mhm.
Professor. I
So
don't do
I figure out my house sink more than most houses would sink.
hmm
Um damn, what else? I had a crack. I'm sorry, I have a crack. I put in the warranty claim. They still haven't come. But this
that.
is
Oh,
structural though. Your house
right.
comes with a warranty. They're gonna
Yep.
fix all structural stuff. So there's a crack in the kitchen. I'm sorry, the dining room area, straight up the wall, and then up, and then it stops like a few inches
Hey man,
at
you
the
better
top of
check that
the
fine print on that paperwork, Trigger Mike. You might be mad to the
And
mug. You better check that
they
fine print, brother.
I called. I said, I sent pictures. He said, "This is. Are you? They said, are you having any plumbing? And do you see any? What is it called? A tile on the floor? Anything separated?" They were like, "Oh no, like easy fix. We'll do." I was like, "Okay."
Okay, well
Oh,
that's
I
cool.
forgot. I forgot 5 years ago I had my roof replaced,
Yeah, that's up
and
there.
I
Yeah,
and I
Damn.
How
and
old
I
was the
spent
home at that point? How old
uh
was the home?
probably about 15, maybe 15 years old,
Is that
maybe
average?
maybe 20.
yeah.
Is that
I think
average
they
Um,
for a
said
roof?
every 10 to 20 years you should
yeah,
replace your
yeah,
roof,
and
something like that.
so That thing was like $25,000.
Help me,
But I
Jesus.
didn't.
Oh,
But I didn't have to pay it though. I found out I didn't have
Oh,
to
that's
pay it.
what's up.
oh, home insurance paid it.
Yes, because the guy that did it, he felt the way he did it was he said hail damage did it. It's covered.
Oh,
I said
nice.
thank you.
So,
And that's the liquor. When you're talking about foundations, you know, it would be better for people to buy older homes that have settled, depending on the region you live in. Because some places there's no such as settling. Louisiana, Texas, ain't no such as settling. It's just gonna keep sinking down due to the saturation of the land. Man, that will jack your plumbing and everything up. I mean, I know someone, they had a home and they kept smelling this smell, right? Under the restroom, right? They had somebody come out. What happened, you know, they used the 4-inch piping to pipe out all of the waste. The foundation has settled so much that it broke off that 4-inch pipe. And it's like it had like an inch or so that the water wouldn't flow. So it will overflow into the crawl space.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dang.
So when they had to get the plumbing work done for it, they had to come out there, dig everything up, and dig it deeper to reset everything. And, you know, and they didn't have like a septic tank. It went to the, you know, to the city, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So they had to do a whole lot of plumbing work to realign their house with what the city has set up for the sewage. Because see, if you notice, the city sewage designs, they don't shrink and not shrink, but they don't collapse into the ground and settle because they don't have that weight. But a house does. See? And if you don't have a house that is an older structure, it's did all the settling it's going to do, it's going to hit your plumbing, and it's not going to be per se your water coming in, it's going to be your wastewater leaving out.
oh,
Yeah, and one problem you never want to have is a septic. Is a septic issue.
facts.
Like if you have a septic issue, you got a problem for real.
Did so question, do any of you guys use home warranties?
No.
Oh,
I don't.
mine
You mean
was
like
jacked
American
up.
Home Shield? You mean like American Home Shield or something
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that?
Man,
It's
I
it's
told
like
him, I told him
Yeah,
to
I
get
used
out
to
of here.
work for them.
I'll pay myself. I had a home warranty, and
He
you
was trying to
know,
finish
oh, there's a
answering the question,
warranty.
brother
We'll
Leonard.
repair
He didn't
whatever,
get to finish
whatever.
asking his question.
No,
He,
no,
he
no.
well, he didn't get to
Oh, yeah,
finish
yeah.
asking the
Leonard,
Let's
question.
let Ray
Leonard,
finish that. Go ahead, Ray.
no, that was
going
my
in,
question.
Leonard.
The only reason I was asking was because when Iz brought up foundational issues, like my parents got their entire foundation redone because they had a home warranty. Like I understand that it can seem like a ripoff, like if you don't utilize it, but like if you need it and you get like the good package that covers everything, if you have a major expense, it's not a major expense any longer.
Yeah, if you have a good warranty program.
Yeah.
Damn, Torrance. I'm sorry you went through that. Torrance said he had a septic issue. It was 8 G's. Yo,
Oh.
yeah, it gets dirty.
Ooh,
It gets
yeah.
real
Damn.
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah,
And it take a long time to fix too, depending on what your issue is.
Yep.
Yeah. See, that warranty company I had, and it wasn't. I didn't have it when I purchased the home.
Mm-hmm.
The previous owner, purchased it, right? So it really hit them. Now it only hit me for $100. I had a problem, and I called one of the people to come out. They charged me $100 because they had to come out.
Mm-hmm.
They told me it was an improper install. I'm like, excuse me? This was an improper install. It doesn't fit with the whatever. I'm like, hold on, pimpin'. Now I do know that codes get upgraded from what they used to be. So you're gonna tax me $100 for something talking about the code standard says this when 10 years ago the code standard didn't. That should be grandfathered in.
Mm.
And I pretty much went on the phone, verbal war with them, and they were like, "Well, sir, we can't help you." Like, okay, well, you know what? When it circles around again, I guarantee you, I'm not doggone going to get a warranty because I didn't pay for it from the get-go gate. That came
So
with the home from the original purchase. I just paid a professional to come out and fix what needs to be fixed and call it a day. And I got the warranty paperwork for whatever
man,
has
you gonna land that
occurred.
thing? You gonna land that thing soon?
See?
All right,
So,
so we're
base.
gonna get
So,
into
okay,
let's
go
get
ahead.
into the main topic. All right, buying or renting, which is better? Why? If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. I want y'all to tell us your situation. Are you buying? Are you renting? Are you looking to buy? Are you somebody selling your home and going back to renting? It's about to be a weird year for home buying, selling, and all of the above.
Mhm.
Renting in 2024. Rocket Mortgage out here trying to trick y'all, trying to get y'all into finicky mortgage products because they're just going to take the home anyway. So I want to hear from the panel and from everybody in the chat why you think which of these is better. Let's start with John the Baptist.
Uh, I've done, of course, I've done both because I didn't buy my home till I was 32, I think it was. Uh, and when I did buy, I was wish I'd have bought my house 10 years earlier. And the
Hmm.
reason why I say, why I think buying is better for me, because now that I understand money a little bit better, not that I'm perfect at it, I can use my house to start a business or start other adventures I want to. The collateral, excuse me, the equity in my house for other things, uh, businesses and buying other properties, that kind of stuff. So I think it gets more of a collateral. You can use for more of a collateral than just renting itself. That's just my personal opinion, though.
I bet. Israel.
Yeah, man, that's a dope question. I'll be honest with you because it really depends on your personal situation. I'm like John the Baptist. I've rented and I've owned before. Um, I'm lenient, man. I, I don't want to give anybody bad advice. What I would say is it really depends on your own situation. If you could rent a house or rent a situation where the homeowner is taking care of all the maintenance and taking care of all the odds and ends type situation, then that's the best situation you could be in, to be honest. Because the truth is, at the end of the day, you never really own anything. So you got to depend on the market, you got to depend on conditions, and you never know what you're going to need to do. So I would say if you could get a situation where the homeowner or the place is taking care of all the maintenance, then that's a better situation.
But is to your credit, though, to the point that you was making, you say you never own anything. 'Cause I get that because you got to pay tax on the rest of your life.
Right,
Because if
right.
you don't
But
pay tax,
Yep.
you can lose it. But the benefit of actually saying of actually do owning it, you do get to borrow against your home. You have cash. You have
So
equity that you can use.
let me
I
go
mean,
next.
and you
Let me
do
go
get
next.
tax break, but real quick, but the thing about it is the truth is it's really a shell game at the end of the day. I mean, it really is like, yeah, you could if you buy and sell and you get in and get out the market in good timing and you got good timing with it, that's one thing. But everybody is not that fortunate. Everybody's not that grace to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let
Yeah,
me let me
got
Yeah.
you.
just share a quick story. My mom was in the house for like 30 years, right? And she benefited from it. She got, her situation totally changed, and then she sold her house and she got a lot of money up front for selling the house. The problem is once she sold the house, she wasn't able to buy another house because all the other houses had went up so much, as far as pricing, that even though she got a lot of money for her house, it kind of priced her out the market. And then she went into a situation where she was renting. And so it's like, man, I hear you, but like if you buy a house and you get a whole bunch of equity, you get a whole bunch of money, but then you have to buy another house, man, it may not work out that great for you. So
So I'm gonna say on that particular note, that is what it's actually for. So, quick backstory: my wife was skeptical about buying our home because she had just started a business that took multi-million dollars to start. She had to get investors and all of that. And she said, if we add a home to this, whoop-de-woo, and I was able to pay for the house myself. And my urgency was, if we don't buy this house, we will then be priced out of the market for years with what was currently happening. So interestingly enough, I bought my house and was supposed to close the week or the day. I'm sorry. Trump shut everything down for COVID. The initial shutdown, whatever, for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I was the last house at this price. 2 months later, so the last house that was finished, we bought. When the next house was finished, the selling price was 75 grand higher. Yeah, because that's when that buying frenzy started. So buying or renting, which is better? The answer is actually depends. Buying will always be better at the right price. Because the only reason I'm able to buy whatever house I want to now is because of the equity I accrue. Because I don't even tell my neighbors what I pay for my house. They get pissed. They all get pissed because they came after. I was the person that bought pre-pandemic or right at the beginning. They were the people that bought during the bidding war.
Right. And see, and that was my point, Trigger Mike, about timing. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly my point. You know what I mean?
So if you can, that's what I'm saying. If you can buy at the right time, this is what I notice. People want to buy where they're at. If you really got to notice now, my wife was like, I don't want to drive this far to work. I was like, you won't even notice it. I promise you. When you see the utopia that they're going to build around this area, you won't feel it that much. You will actually be that grateful to live outside of the city. Houston looks like a different world now because we went to her clinic yesterday for an event. Now when we drive in it, and she has no problem driving that 35, 40 minutes out to the suburbs to our home. The better school districts are out here. So the total experience. So what I will say is people need to stop trying to buy where they're at or stay around their food spot, so to speak. There's always cheaper real estate in the outskirts, in the suburbs. And if there is something in the city that's too old, they're going to tear it down, and they might even build something that's subsidized in that area. Always look for that type of investment because that's where the equity is at. So when I buy this home now next year, I'm not giving up my investment. I'm transferring it because it doesn't matter how high the prices are. My house went up the same amount, right? So even though I have to pay maybe $100,000 more than the or 150 more than the pre-pandemic price, my house now is going for close to 150 more. So that's what I'm saying. You can only do that when you buy at the right time in the right place. And then, like John the Baptist said, I am about 6 to 9 months away from owning a franchise, like a medical franchise. Do you know how I got that money?
Congratulations.
Yeah. So do you know how I got accepted for that? Because you have to be liquid a certain amount. And then I saved to be liquid. And then do you know where I got the other money from? The HELOC that I put on my goddamn house.
Yeah. I got you.
So you got to, that's why I'm saying you can't do that as no renter. So you have these things that are available.
But in all fairness, you could put that money that you would be paying in HOAs and the money that you would be putting in maintenance and the money that you'd be putting in other things and put it in a high yield investment account, crypto, like you said, or stocks. So there are other things that you can do with that money. But
okay. As it stands today, with the appraisal that I got, so I could get the HELOC, where is anybody going to get a free $150K in equity? Tell me.
Yeah, but like you said, and I'm gonna leave it alone after this. Like you said, the truth of the matter is you got in at a great time, and your neighbors are not getting none of that. Like everybody who came in after
time, you are right. You are right.
Everybody who came in after the pandemic hit and got them 2-point-something percentage rates and got in, they're all in trouble.
Some of them are actually underwater, which is crazy.
All of them upside down.
Some of them are actually underwater.
So I'll wait my turn. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, bro. It's your.
Well, what I was going to say was I think in I'd say 85% of cases, buying is always going to be the better option, and I'll explain to you why. First of all, none of you are getting opportunities to fly across the country to get a new job, and if you do, you got to pay to get out of your lease anyway. It's just not. Y'all buy into these talking points of half truths, and the data speaks 100% to the opposite. Renters are normally a lower class, regardless of how you want to hash that out. The half truths that you're sold is that, oh, these people are living these renter lifestyles, and like, I'm rich and I rent. They own the company they're renting from. They still own the building. They're lying to you. And you are taking this and running with it because there's only so much property and they want it all because it's a scarce resource. It in any window of time, like we said, like it's a time game, but most people are places 5 to 7 years easy. People are not moving that much unless it's because their rent goes up, which is happening now because as you flip a property, your contract becomes null and void. I know people personally who had to move 3 times over the pandemic because you're living, most of you, hand to mouth, renting. You're broke already. Now they've taken away the one stability that you had was, well, I know I'm locked in for this year at this amount. And maybe next year it won't go up that much. Next year it's going up a lot. You can't afford it now.
Damn.
That's the problem. So as somebody who previously rented up until the beginning of the pandemic, when I saw that the buildings were getting bought up, because I rented from a person, most of you don't even rent from a person. You already in bed with a management company, which means that in most cases, you're dealing with somebody who's not even in the United States that don't give 2 shits about you. Period. They're just extracting money from here. I rented from a person. I knew the guy, lived down the street. He owned a bunch of property that he inherited. I lived in one of his buildings. Super nice guy. When he sold his building, he gave me the lay. He was like, look, like we bought it out. There's going to be this management company just giving you a heads up. Like they're buying the building. Like this is what it is. He's like, I'm cashing out. He's like, it's a good time for me to cash out. I'm cashing out some of my properties. This is one of them. They're probably going to remodel and raise the rent a lot, just so you know. I immediately started shopping for property at that point because we were renting at such a low rate that it would have been ludicrous to buy a house with what I was paying for rent to live in an area that I wanted to live in. As soon as they said, because like the whole premise was we got a place that was low rent to stack money. We didn't get a place that was low rent to go buy Jordans. We didn't get a place that was low rent to go buy rims. We were not living hand to mouth in that house. The intent was we're stacking the entire time that we're here so that when the time comes and when it's time to get up out of here, we're getting up out of here into an ownership position. When they said they were going to raise the rent, I started shopping for a place. As soon as that management company came in, they started treating, and this is the way that they treat you people. And this is the reason that I don't understand why everyone tries to make it sound like it's glorified to rent. They treat you like you're poor. They talk to you like you're stupid. They talk to you like you can't read a contract, that you can't afford proper representation. They treat you any which way they want to. And on top of that, as you get your little raise, they're going to try and take that too next year. They're just going to raise the rent so that you're constantly hand to mouth. The one thing that, regardless of the equity that I've acquired over the pandemic, the one thing that never changed was the payment for real. Like it was like $100 over 5 years because of taxes.
Right, because you got a fixed rate, right? Which is
100%.
very important.
Oh yeah,
It's very,
property
very important to get a fixed rate.
So the property taxes do affect that. But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, the people that had to move, they was getting, I had to move. They wanted to raise the rent $300 because they bought the building.
Man, people out here in Houston raising the rent $700, bro.
Like, it's insane.
And the same thing in Georgia.
Hey, real quick, I want to ask y'all this because Ray, starting with Ray though, because Ray, wouldn't you admit that right now, being that the market is still kind of high, it's about to collapse, but now the market is still overpriced as far as the housing, as far as what they're charging for the housing, whatever the case may be. Wouldn't you admit that and the interest rates are crazy high right now? Wouldn't you admit that this might not be the best time to try to buy a home?
You have to do the math because it's based on area, but the reality is this: most of y'all living with roommates anyway. Most of you have roommates right now to pay
Hold up.
rent.
Let me say this, Ray. I would to Iz's point. I know where you're coming from. It may not. It's not the best time to buy a house by yourself.
Right. Right.
Okay. The issue we have in this country is that everybody thinks we are entitled to live by ourselves. If
Correct.
you can get into a multi-family situation
Mm-hmm.
like these Indians do, you can weather the storm out. You can refinance. If you're willing to, like I said, it depends on where. There is always, especially in areas like Texas, that this is the difference from here, like New York City. There's nothing but space. There was a time where there's this thing we got called the Grand Parkway or the Loop outside of the Loop in the suburbs of Houston. There was a time they said 20 years ago, nobody said they would live outside of this Loop. Now there's nothing but homes and suburbs outside of the Loop. And then they said they went out a little further. Nobody said they would live that far out. Now people are even moving and buying houses that far out. If you're willing to live, especially with all these remote work opportunities people have now out there, you can actually get with your sister and be like, look, not ideal. I know we don't want to live together, but you want this bread or what? These houses are the only ones going for under 300,000. Look at all the comps in the area. Within 4 or 5 years, everybody's house went up 150 grand. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, if you're willing to do that with your sister, bust some money down with your favorite cousin, and they look, there's opportunity to be had. You just got to change your frame of mind about it.
The other thing that nobody
it's
pointed out was
like-
the amount, the collective expenses going down. Like when I stopped renting, the place that I bought, the mortgage was $50 more than what our rent was, and my collective bills went down $400 because of my insurance being able to bundle that. That alone dropped my monthly payment of what came out of my expenses $400. So like owning it was $350 less expensive. Like I understand that's not going to be everybody's situation, but there are some benefits that come with home ownership. They're like, my parents never even told me that. And I was like, why didn't you say anything? They were like, oh, well, like we never really thought about it. And I'm like, okay.
Well, so basically what I have learned is your house situation look like your relationship situation. If you cool with being in long term with a woman, you typically have a house. And I know it's an exception to the rule, but if you're the type of person that want to change women often, you want to change houses and living situations often too. That personality trait goes throughout that. I'm 100% for homeowners. I done had 2 homes in the last 5 years. It's a coincidence that the day that I got married, I closed on my first house 30 days later. We sold that house. We bought it for $300,000. Sold it for $550,000. After fees, $200,000 in profits off the bat. On top of that, we bought another house, 6 bedrooms, 4,000 square foot. So it's just one of those things that I always think that buying is the best option. And the reason that I always think that buying is the best option is because, first of all, if you did a budget that you can afford that house, you're gonna be good. Now, if you did a budget, if you buy a house that you did put in your budget, then that's when the problems have. But you don't really have that many surprises when you come down to buying homes, if that makes sense. Like that, that's not something you do that you really have. So I'm 100% for buying. I tell people that you should buy. Now, it is exceptions to the rules. What's the exception? Exception to the rule, major cities. If you try to stay downtown New York, most people are going to be out of that market. They can't afford it. Atlanta, LA, like places that's downtown, those 2 places might be out of the route, but most people who stay on the outer skirts of these major cities, they can find something within their budget. Obviously, 2 incomes is better than 1. So it's easier if you're married or you got somebody that you're committed to, that you're willing to commit on a 30-year or 20-year mortgage.
Let me address Cecilia Jackson in the chat.
Yeah, but see, you have
she keeps Cecilia Jackson in the chat. She's talking about equity. She said equity is a loan. Equity is not a loan. You can use it
not
as
a loan.
Hold on.
Yeah,
You
it's
can use
not
it as,
a loan.
I got you.
Go ahead, John the Baptist.
You can use it as a HELOC if you want to, but the equity is the value that you build up into your home. So if you brought your house at $1 and you sell it and you sell it at $5, well, you now get $4 profit off that home.
That's
Minus
cash.
you got to pay
Cash, by the
minus,
way.
minus you got to pay taxes. Minus
But
you
it,
got to pay taxes and the realtor.
but it's an illusion right now. People think that the market is worse now than it was 4 years ago. That is not true. 4 years ago, we saw people spending $150,000 more than what the actual property was worth. Like people would come in, it would ask for 400,000, and then people would drop $400,000 on a $300,000 house. So people say, "Oh, but they got a 2% interest rate." They paid the interest by paying the extra $100,000.
Exactly.
I see what
Exactly.
you. 4 years
that's
ago,
what that's the
you
point I
mean
was
you
gonna
mean
say.
like two? You mean like 2-3 years? That's why like
Right.
4 years ago, they were knocking off 100,000 off the house. But no,
Yeah.
you mean like post-pandemic price. The
Right.
bidding
Yeah,
war.
After.
post pandemic, what they were
absolutely.
doing,
Right. That's
post
what
100%.
pandemic, what they were doing, they were pricing the houses up.
because the demand
Whereas
was high.
when you made the deal to get the house and you got the low interest rate, the upcharge in the house
Yo,
pretty
so
much faded that.
here's the worst part about it. This is the part that where they really screwed it up for Texans, especially. Texas was the most moved in state, so all the Californians moved to Texas.
Mhm.
Then I went to just to
Mhm.
see what the frenzy was about. Maybe we can get a bigger house. The dude that sold us our house moved to a new section and was like he basically chuckled at me. He said, "I want you to look at this sheet right here." They canceled all home contracts. Didn't even know they could do that. If you were in a home contract to get a house, they canceled it because now they can sell the house for more than they sold it to you for. So they canceled all home contracts. You could not build with them. You can only buy inventory.
Oh
So
wow.
they started
You
a
keep going.
bidding war. All right. So yeah, that shit went nuts. Now, when I asked the dude, he said, "Look at this house right here, the Orlando model or whatever." He said, "You were here. We talked about this damn house. That house was like 282,000 to start." He said, "To start this house today is 415,000." I was like, "What?"
Yeah. But
And
the
he said, "Look at
materials,
this
but
shit.
the
This
material,
is
but
people
Trigger Mike,
calling to bid on it."
hey, the materials went up a lot more too, like the wood,
They did. Wood went
you know
up.
what I'm saying?
Well,
Everything went
that's
up tremendously.
I
But hold on real
want
quick. Yo, shout out to my man JD 1975 though. Shout out to JD. But yeah, the building materials went up tremendously. Everything went up with inflation. But the thing about it is, it's still a bad time to buy though, either man, because the prices, even though it's not 150,000 over asking right now, it's still because they raised those prices so much. The ask for the houses period is still about
All right.
$50,000-$60,000
I'm actually
above
going to
market
disagree.
value.
Let me disagree. Here's why I disagree. The time to buy. Okay, it depends. This is another depends. All right,
Mhm.
forgive me for my depends. If you already own a home and need a bigger one, the time to buy is now. Time to buy was yesterday. Now the interest rate reduction, whatever, all of this chatter about them cutting interest rates, the second they do that,
Yep.
all of the prices are going back up. The bidding war starts again.
I know, but the
There
problem. But
are
hold on.
nothing. Hold on. There are nothing but renters right now waiting on the sidelines to buy either their first home or upgrade a home.
So
Right.
no,
So,
listen,
But the
you're
issue,
right.
yeah,
the
but I'm
issue
saying, hold
is,
on.
hold
If
on real
you
quick,
have
either
the
man.
money, I'm
Okay.
sorry, if you have the equity in the house you have right now, because it's probably going to take a few months to sell it. Like I think I was looking at some homes. Some of them shits has been on the market 100 days. We haven't seen 100 days since pre-pandemic. So put your house on the market now, sell it, because once that rate goes down below 5%, all the prices are going back up.
That's fair, but still, if the price of the home is 50,000-60,000 above ask, above what the value of the
Not
house
right
is, you
now.
still
That's
kind of
why I said
losing.
they're
You're
on the
wrong.
market. They're
Yeah.
on the market for 100. Let me show y'all the house I'm trying to buy
So
if it's still available.
Well, I'm all I could talk. Hold on, real quick.
Hold on,
All
I
I
got
could
what
talk about is where I live at, and where I live at, the
Got you.
houses still didn't come down yet. The houses are still, like I said, they were 100,000 more than they're worth. Now they're about 50,000 more than they're actually worth.
I got what you're saying, but what I'm saying is people are listing houses in Washington. I can't speak where you at for 500,000, and people with money are offering 425,000. for these houses. They're getting it for $75,000 less than what people are asking for. If you approach somebody who's been on the market for 100, 150 days, they are willing to negotiate. They know they're not getting what they got it listed for, especially if you're the only one making offers on their home. They're getting houses way cheaper before post pandemic. Go ahead.
So
but then you also
Miss Jackson in the chat. She keep doing this.
Now, one moment, if I may.
It's just I want to just make sure that she understands it, because this is real thing. Because if you do own a house, there's two ways that you can use equity. You can use it as a loan. You can, but if you sell your house, it is pure profit. So you understand that if you own that house, make sure that you understand equity. It can be used as a loan, but also something that you own, and I'll leave it alone.
Now see that the thing that I've been seeing is this: when they have the seller's frenzy, not only are the prices of the homes raised, then comes the bidding wars. So they're getting much more than the asking price any type of way you slice up the pie. Now, when it's a seller's market opposed to a buyer's market, they have difficulty selling. That's when you could do your best negotiation and bring the price down. But right now, due to the feds, you got the what is it going for right now? North of 7% on
like
homeowners loans.
But that doesn't matter. The 8%.
Oh, it does matter when you add it up every year going towards your principal.
Well, the part of it that matters is normally it's supposed to be a balancing act. So if you have low interest rates, the prices are supposed to be higher. If you have high interest rates, the prices are supposed to reflect that by being lower to counterbalance the interest rate. So basically, you're paying the same price either way. The thing that we have run into that's unique to what we're having happen right now is we have high interest rates and high prices. The prices never came down.
They never came down. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%.
But
they've doubled up on it.
The thing is this, though. At what point do they come down if we're at a high interest rate environment and the prices haven't broken, but the Fed's getting ready to have to capitulate on continuing to raise interest rates? They're not coming down.
See,
another half percent. Another half percent.
I know. I get what y'all guys are saying, but what we so this is what I do on a daily basis. I sign home documents. That's what I do, and I'm telling you. Like we would see stuff before the pandemic and right at the beginning of the pandemic, people was offering $100,000 to $100,000 more than what their house is worth. And now these same types of buyers are saying, "Hey, you had this house listed for 100 days for $500,000. We'll offer you $425,000." I'm not talking. It's not like a $80,000 difference. I'm talking $150,000 difference between what we've seen before pandemic and now. And I'm telling you, it's not as bad as people think it is, because if you take $150,000 in interest, you got 10 years to break even. If you got an $80,000 discount, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. Hold on, let me see if I can. All right, y'all see this?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So the prices are coming down. I don't know what y'all talking. I'm looking at this stuff daily. This is in Missouri City. In this, they used to call it Sienna Plantation. They took the word plantation out. I wonder why.
Because you never move there otherwise.
So this area is where Travis Scott from.
Because y'all so sensitive.
Don't let Travis Scott let you think this place is the hood. Okay. So this is Missouri City, Texas, on the southwest side, let's say, of a Houston suburb. All right. Beautiful house. How many days has been on the market? Damn, I can't see it. 7.9% down. $58,000 reduction. $738,000 down now to $679,000. So the prices are dropping, and this is what I think the Fed is looking at.
You said it's 679,000.
Hold on. Let me look at it. Okay, look at this one. And that was 3,700 square feet. This is 3,272. A Newmark home, down 18%. That's a total reduction of $128,000 from 703 to 575. That is a drastic. So maybe it depends on where you live, but that is a drastic reduction. So that 8% is where these prices started to get slashed. That 8% interest rate, nobody was buying shit. And I think I read somewhere, don't quote me, the largest number of contract cancellations happened in the last 2 months, 2 to 3 months.
But this is
People
the
were just
thing,
like,
though.
fuck that.
But this is the thing, though. How much? See, what you got to look at is how much per square feet is it? Like, is it $150 per square feet? $125 square feet? How much it per square feet is it originally? Not right now, but and so that's the thing. It's still about that house is still about $100,000 more than what it's worth.
So hold on. When you say originally, hold on. Let's get a baseline. When you say originally, are you talking 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
No. When I say originally, okay. What? Let me just tell you.
Israel
Hold on, real quick. I'm trying to
pay above what it costs to make the house originally.
I'm trying. No. Hold on, real quick. I'm trying to answer the question. When I'm saying originally, what I mean is pre-pandemic. Okay, so because the truth of the matter is what they did post-pandemic, you got to understand, is unprecedented, right? In both interest rates and the amount that people were paying over the asking price. So what that did was that made a pseudo market, and that messed the whole market up. So you got to go to what it was right before the pandemic to get an actual market value price. And this is the thing, because hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick.
Ugly ass Hansel and Gretel
looking
ass house.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna bring it home just real fast. The thing is this: when you're looking at the homes, right, and then the whole thing collapses, the actual value of the home is really gonna be what it was pre-pandemic. I'm trying to tell you. So most of these homes are about anywhere, like I'm telling you, from 50 to 100,000, even more than what they're actually worth. The market, the actual worth of the home.
So
hold on. Let me because here's what you just said. You keep saying it fall back to the original price what it was before pandemic. You can't go by that because you have to look at, okay, so for example, if it do fall, if it did fall before pandemic hit, and then it rose after the pandemic, you wait on for it to fall again. It may never go back down again. Because what's going to determine if the price go back down again is going to be the demand of the house. If the house is in great demand, the price won't go down if people wanted to buy it.
But that sounds good, John. But you just saw where they're saying that some houses been on the market for 100 days. So what I'm saying is, hold on, real quick.
But listen to the logic you just used.
Yo,
Those
brother.
houses went down. Those houses went down because the demand wasn't high for that house.
They didn't go. No, you didn't hear what I said. You cut me off. You cut me off. Hold on, real quick. You cut me off before you heard what I said. Listen to the wisdom in what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is this: just like the brother Ray said, yo, this is the first time where the interest rates are high, but the prices are still high. The prices never really went down. The prices still are kind of commensurate to what they were post-pandemic.
So
minus about 20 or 30.
Break real quick.
Listen what I'm saying. Hold on. Listen what I'm saying. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it.
No. Let me just say this shit. So this particular what is it called? Floor plan. This particular floor plan is what me and my wife looking at right now. And all I got to tell y'all is that when my bathroom look like this, y'all ain't gonna be able to tell me shit. I'm doing my I'm doing my show in a Versace robe
in the bathroom.
In the bathroom for the rest of my life. So, but look, remember when we talked about it? This is what I'm afraid of right here. This grand foyer, like my wife likes these little ceiling. When I get the light bill in this motherfucker, I'm gonna want to move out probably the first month. I don't want to heat and cool this shit because this thing has 2-story ceilings, right? And it looks all grand, but I'm trying to like have conservative outlook because when something's new, you like it, like your new car. then after a while you like, all right, this shit is the hype is over. I'm pretty sure a house that look like this cannot have lower than a $300 light bill. What do y'all think?
Yes,
300. You 300.
No, you don't. You don't have,
I, if I may, 300 for a house with ceilings that height?
That's the
That's
median.
not
They build
even
that shit average.
close. 300 a month is not even close. See,
You can
what I've noticed, and this is just me, I'm no expert. A lot of people, they buy houses like brand new DJs buy mixers. They'll go and buy a DJ mixer that has a lot of blinking lights and gadgets and all this, and it look but the sound quality ain't hitting on squat. Whereas they could buy a plain Jane mixer that has exceptional sound quality, but it don't have all of the blinking lights, sort of like, that's why casinos are set up the way they're set up. All those blinking lights and build excitement and all of that. So, that's just what I see. It's visual excitement and people, yeah.
let these
And
people
then
buy
they
what
get
they
that
want to
bill
buy.
and they be like,
Let them
hell
buy what they
no.
want to buy. Listen, so if you understand kind of how they're building these new houses, it all depends, right? If you have gas and you have electricity, it might varies, but the systems that, like, especially the new houses, the systems that they're putting on, and I'm telling people, like, especially with big houses nowadays, you should lean to solar if you're in a in a sunny state, I guess you could say. I don't think it's gonna be as big as you think it is, if you understand
All
how
right.
the heat systems
So
work.
let me do this for Iz real quick. So remember we said, because this, I ain't gonna show y'all my goddamn neighborhood, but the same developer that built my neighborhood built this one we're looking at. So they put townhomes in there too. So we just looked at the model that I'm trying to build versus the townhome in the same community. Where have you seen prices like this? 290, right? They dropped it a little bit from 300,000. A person who only needs, how many square feet is this? Hold on. 1,900 square feet.
Oh, hell no.
A person who only needs, like, that has 2 kids or it's just them and their wife would absolutely look at this as a viable product to live in, bro. Hold on,
Yeah.
let's look at.
That's what I hate
How
about houses in Texas.
How
That's
many
what I hate about
square
houses
feet
in Texas.
again?
2,000
1,900.
square feet.
Yeah, 2,000 basically.
For almost $300,000.
How many bedrooms? How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms?
That's
I wanna-
990, right?
3 bedrooms,
I wanna-
2.5.
I want to address what Iz
290,000.
said. Hold on one second. So Iz said this. He said, if
There's
I
a
go
loft.
back,
There's a loft.
I got you. Iz said, if I go back 5 years, right?
I didn't say 5 years.
Well,
The pandemic wasn't 5 years ago either, man.
3
See how
years. Okay.
disingenuous you are?
See, he was waiting to use that word, right? So end of 2019 is when the pandemic started to now, which is
So 2020. So just say 2020. It was February of 2020. Go ahead. It was
All right, so
February, March.
3 years, because I don't know why we argue points. It doesn't even matter with that.
Nah, it absolutely. Wait. Hold on. It absolutely does matter about the market from 2020
please
to
don't cut me off. As soon as I got to talking, you got to cut me off because you didn't like what I said. You can wait to the end of what I'm saying.
Now go ahead, but your premise is wrong.
With it, wait to the end. So listen,
279. 279.
Let's use his 3 years. If I go from 2023 back to 2020, we're gonna see a major jump. But if I do the exact same thing, if I go from 2020 back to 2017, it's a major jump. The house market have been growing over a long period of time. I know we try to blame it on the pandemic, but we have been seeing an unbelievable market really for the last since 2012. So we talking 8 to 12 years.
That depends on what state you're talking about, because in my state it hasn't grown that much from 2017 to 2020, but from 2020 to 2023 it took an exponential boost. But between 2017 and 2020 it was still about the same. It's been about the same. ever since about
What's next for that,
2011.
man?
The
We're
market's
definitely,
What's next for
been
that,
depending on the
man?
area that you're in,
right.
we're definitely seeing a shift because 114 days, on the market,
Right.
under contract 279. So yeah, just to the
So hold on.
previous
Let me ask you
townhomes and
a question.
condos can sell.
Does this website show you like a chart by years? I know like Redfin
Yeah,
shows you.
Let me
Zillow
look for you.
does.
This is the Houston Association of Realtors website. They got everything here. I just
Oh,
need to find it.
It should give you like what people paid over the years. Like so, it
Yeah,
should say
yeah.
like
It gives you a range, like within $25,000, I think. Let me find it. Oh no, I'm sorry. These neighborhoods are new. So it probably doesn't have a year over year breakdown yet.
So that's the point is we can't really take a new house because a new house is going to cost what they charge you for it to cost, right? You can't say, hey, if I go back 5 years ago, because we know wood, triple, almost quadruple in the last 5 years. So
I thought it went back down though.
No, wood
that's
is
what I'm
not
saying.
even.
It never went. It never
Damn.
recovered. It never fully recovered. That's the problem.
Yeah, so and we know wood is like one of the most important elements, like stone, like
Yeah.
concrete pole, like
Yeah.
it went up like a stream amount.
Well,
So
hold up, bro. They couldn't even build 2 stories, I heard, in some areas because they ran out of the lift things in the supply chain. I was like, damn.
So we know that if I go 3 years ago and I go now, the supplies alone almost double to triple. So we gotta see that's going a $200,000 house is going to cost you $400,000. So a $300,000 house to build is going to cost you $500,000 to build. Just because the man, and on top of that, they have to pay people more. People in that field are getting paid a lot more than they was getting paid 3-4 years ago because it's such a shortage of workers in that field. So that is my theory is when you talk about new builds, we can't build. I wish I could still build a house for how much they did in 1960.
Man, look at this shit right here. Look at this shit right here. My parents bought their house for $10,000 in 1965. So the way somebody explained it to a boomer explained this to me, I think it was his parents. He said basically you could be on your way to assistant manager at Starbucks and afford a house. you didn't even have to. Back in those days, you just had to have adequate work history. Yeah, maybe you get married, you got a woman. It's like, oh, she want to work too. Y'all definitely can afford a house. But it's like if you're doing it by yourself, yeah, maybe you're an assistant manager at Starbucks. Your ass can go get a crib.
In the 60s, they was making like $1.50 an hour too. Now let's be honest. $2.
Yeah, like the old school Back to the Future type days. The houses were affordable. Cars and houses were affordable back then. Like you didn't have to take out
you also got
a 30-year loan.
Well, when you look at the charts, though, the rate of compensation, like pay, salaries, and stuff, it is the rate of home prices went up, 1,000-fold over what.
I know, it wasn't 1,000. So listen, so this is what it was, right? They made $5,600 the average income back then, right? So we would say that it was double. Now I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but I believe that you should not buy a house that's more than triple your yearly salary. I know that's
they like for a traditional mortgage, they won't give you a loan for a house that's more than triple your salary.
I mean, me personally, like I run it on the Uber method, bro. If I can't cover that mortgage Ubering, bro, like if it got down to bare bricks, I'm not buying it.
No, I think y'all misunderstood what I said. I'm not talking about your monthly salary. That's not what I'm saying. So if you make $125,000 a year, the most house you should get should be 3 times that. Should be roughly around $375,000 a year.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
That's standard.
Yeah, because that's going to put your payments basically in the realm of where you could probably go Uber to pay that.
Like this is how I know Chase Bank is all in my business. They literally keep sending me emails saying the loan that I will qualify for. Yeah, and I did the 3.5. Like, Mike, did you know you could qualify for a home loan for? I was like, what the fuck? And I did the thing like, damn, that's about 3.5 times. Wait, is it 2.5 or 3.5?
I don't know.
I think three should be the maximum. Three times.
I think it's 3 times. Yeah, it's about 3 times my salary. I was like, what the? These things all in my business. Get out my business.
I think it's because they have access to your FICO. I think for the most part.
I said so. I got a question for y'all guys.
Oh, your salary is in your FICO, I think sometimes, or in your credit history.
So I got a question for you guys. People who make average income, let's say 50 to 60,000 a year. I might be a little bit over, right?
Mm.
Do you think that they should open up to the possibility of getting a trailer home?
Man,
look, eat a man. As somebody who makes average salary, I'm getting ready to buy a second home, bro. So, I mean, do with that what you will. Like, I don't think I need a trailer. I know that I don't need a trailer. I know how money works.
So I'm saying, but why are people so against trailer homes? Let me ask that question.
Well,
I don't understand. Because number one.
I know. Oh, go ahead, Leonard. Go ahead, Leonard.
Yeah, number one, they are lightning magnets.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That makes sense, though. That makes sense.
No, they're not. They're built the same way.
Hold on. Let me finish. As many years as I spent in the military, you go around any military base, you got hellified trailer parks all over around there. And whenever you have weather, disasters, catastrophes, whatever they want to call them, they're the ones that get tore out the frame. Those things are lightning strike magnets.
They don't even make trailer homes with metal anymore. They build trailer homes just with wood, like they build regular houses.
I mean, trees get struck
Well,
by
it's not
lightning
really
all the
wood.
time,
It's
too.
part. It's not really. Wait. It's not really. Hold on. Really, it's a manufactured home, and it's not really wood. It's like a particle board type material. It's not really wood. Let's just keep it real. It's a cheaper material.
It's worse than wood. It's fake wood. That's what you said.
Right. It's a it's a particle board.
So you got that situation going on, and myself, if I was to do something like that, and I'll be brief, those things they call container homes, those are made out of what they call connexes, those metal shipping containers.
Yep.
I would rather do that than the typical trailer home.
Damn,
you know what? What about
those? Just look dope though, E-man. Those
No,
homes.
They probably
just that keeping up with the Joneses thing, because a container is 10 times likely to get struck by lightning.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just
Hear me out on this. We slept in those things, Iraq, Afghanistan, for multiple deployments. You insulate them on the inside, and you don't have a problem with lightning strikes. Say, for instance, you're sitting in.
You killing your own.
No. Now, say for instance.
That's more metal.
No, say for that's not metal.
All right, hold on. Let me go.
No, it's rubber. It's rubber, not metal.
So, E-man, go ahead, Leonard. Sorry.
Now, say you're sitting in your vehicle. You've got rubber tires. It's sitting on the ground. You get a lightning strike. You're insulated. Are you not?
As long as you don't touch anything metal.
Exactly. So, if they get a lightning strike, what do you think the lightning's going to be on that consistent, like in the 10 Commandments movie or something? If you do get a lightning strike, you can leave the doggone container. No problem. But you don't have to worry so much about things that occur to a sturdy container home that you will have to worry about with a flimsy trailer home.
All right, let me get these super chats real quick. Big Ant, $10 says, I'm moving back in with mama. I don't care what you say about me. I agree.
I ain't mad at him.
I'm not mad at him.
I'm
not mad at you. Lauren Mack, member for 17 months, says, do they still suggest homestead exemption? Yes, and if that's actually your homestead, if you don't get it, that's your fault.
Exactly, because I got it.
Yeah, you should definitely. If you don't know how to get homestead exemption,
dang, can y'all get some discipline, please?
Yeah, if y'all don't know how to get a homestead exemption, it's a certain amount off your property taxes per year. So basically, I pay whatever my mortgage company tells me to pay, which is way over, and I get a check back from the county every year, plus my VA disability discount as well. So make sure you're getting all the exemptions, discounts available to you in these states. And if you're 100% disabled veteran and you still paying property taxes, shame on you. Because
Exactly.
your mortgage will be damn near half price. Whatever you pay.
Because Trigger Mike, if I may.
Hey,
If I may.
too many of y'all talking at one time, man. Y'all need to cut this out, bro.
Now, if I may.
Yeah, I'm about to be out.
You got it next, TBD.
I haven't said anything. We just.
You got it next.
I just asked if anyone would ever buy or invest in tiny houses.
Yeah, you know what? Let me get that. So now that we read the super chat, I wanted to answer E-Man's question. Why don't people consider trailer homes? Because of bad stigma, and they haven't innovated them until now. They haven't innovated like trailers and stuff until now. That tiny home thing, my wife keeps talking about, let's get a what do you call it? Multi-unit. Fuck that multi-unit shit. I don't want to be nobody's landlord. I want to own multiple homes in a tiny home community. That's my thing. I want to buy though, because you can sell that shit like a home that costs less than $100,000 or maybe like $120,000. I can sell that to college students. You can sell it to you can market that as marketable to damn near everybody, right? So those when homes start looking like those new innovative products, people will then start buying. But there's a stigma around the traditional trailer, that we know about. I wouldn't see the average person looking into that product until they innovate it and turn it into something else.
Well, and you're talking about a trailer in the 60s or the 80s, right? In 2023, if you see these trailers, you wouldn't even know they was a trailer unless you read the bio.
Are you talking about the Clayton Homes ones that be on the side of the highway?
Those are modular. Those are modular homes.
Pull up something, man.
I got some. So Trigger Mike, I don't know the sound, so we got to do this video without sound. But I can show. I already got it pulled up.
Those are called modular homes, though. Yo, thanks, Trigger Mike, for having me up, man. Y'all have a good night, man. Salute to all y'all brothers.
All right, man.
Yeah, and like Trigger Mike was saying earlier, just so I could address him. If you're a veteran and you're 100% disabled, or you got the doggone T&P, which that's what most people go for, total and permanent, you do not pay property taxes, period.
It depends on your state. Because I am a veteran.
Okay, hey, well, I have yet, and I know a lot of veterans that live in a lot of places.
Let's not spend 30 minutes arguing about this. Let's stay on topic.
No, nobody's arguing.
Let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic.
We are staying on topic. Isn't this to do with home buying?
So hold on. I just landed quick. So the land is quick. It all depends on how much money you're making. If you're making too much money, you don't qualify not to pay property taxes. Now, if you're, especially in the state of Washington, now Texas is a veteran-friendly state; they don't care. But certain states say if you make over, I think it's like 70,000 or 80,000, you do have to still pay your property taxes.
Oh, I quit. How about that?
There you go. Because I know. Let me tell you about in Alabama. You have a lot of states. If you are a Purple Heart veteran, you're not supposed to pay property taxes. In Alabama don't care. If you're not 100% total and permanently disabled in Alabama, they still want their money.
I get you. Well, total and permanent means you can't work, but if I'm making $200,000 a year, why would I try to save on a $20,000 property taxes? Like you got
that's for those that they were in, they got out, they got into a different financial status, and they're doing what they do. Then you have those that did their thing, got out, and was like, I'm not getting off the couch unless I have to.
Yeah. So play this. I want to show y'all what $100,000 get you. Can you pull up my video, Trigger? Can you see it?
Oh, I see it.
Let me play it. I cut the sound off, but I want y'all to see kind of. I'll walk y'all.
Yeah. So this is this is what I meant when I said the ones driving down the highway where you see them built.
So open concept. right? I think this is a 3-bedroom, island, full kitchen, full different things like this. I believe this is nicer than most people's apartments. And on top,
what the fuck? This is nicer than some people's houses. What you talking?
Yeah, it is nicer than some
Exactly.
houses.
Nicer than some people's houses.
I know people get so caught up in saying, "Oh, it's a trailer home." All your kids get their own room. You get your own side of the house. You get a walk-in bathroom.
You're gonna have to help me out with the trailer home concept. Are we saying that you could put this house on an F-150 and drive it the fuck off? Is that
No.
You
That's
got an 18-wheeler flatbed. It's gonna look like
with
the wide load.
Where does the trailer part come in? That's where I'm.
So what I strongly encourage people to do is to get land. Say if you can find land, especially in Texas, $20,000 worth of land, right? You gonna pay $100,000 for the trailer. You might pay another $25,000 to $30,000 for hookups. That's all the hookups, like sewer, all that kind of stuff, right? Yep. And it's permanently there. It's just the house wasn't built on site. It was typically built somewhere else, but they still gonna mount it down, everything at the house. So they build it in a facility and they bring it out to you, but it's not something that you can move, like you can put on an 18-wheeler and drive around.
Got you.
That's not a trailer home. I know.
So you know, if you'd have said it that way from the beginning, because I'm thinking I'm hooking this shit up and like, you know what? I don't like these motherfuckers no more. I'm out. I get it. So yeah.
Oh no, not that type. These things are like some of them like they have those they call them double wides.
No,
and trust and believe they are luxurious. Trust and believe.
Now I have been to one of those.
Let me jump in.
Real quick. Let me say not only have I been to one of those, the outdoor range where I shoot and I teach, the dude, he got over 100 acres. That all of his like the people that man his range, that preserve his land, all of their homes are those homes at various parts of the range. So and I used to think that they built this or now I see that's the home they just brought there and put there. They all live on various parts of the land. Crazy. That's dope.
So basically the video that Edie Man just showed, that's kind of like a double wide
trailer.
They will
double wide.
I got you, brother. Hold on, calm down.
I'm cool.
Yeah, but you talk what I'm talking. So yeah, it's a double wide. So they will bring them on trailers and they'll put them on a foundation. And they'll put them on a foundation and they'll hook up the pipes and hoses also hooked to the it be like a regular house. So, but then they got a mobile home too. I mean, like a travel trailer homes. Those travel trailer homes look nice too. Now you can put them on the back of your Ford F-150. Those things are decked out too.
Yeah, I think those are too small for a family. The reason I'm saying trailer homes because that one that I showed you was 4 bedrooms. So you can realistically have a family of 2 or 3 or even 4 living in that open concept. So I just think the whole point that I'm making is, and I hope people understand what I'm saying, is that when we talk about living in your budget, you might can't go get a $500,000 home like Trigger might. You might qualify for a trailer home for your first 10 years to be able to save some money up and to be able to go get your first house. I think we just need to stop like thinking about stereotypes and trying to keep up with the Joneses. Because when I hear broke people say they too good for trailer home, but you too good to save money too because y'all still broke. You know, there's somebody on the planet on the panel, but no, you need to do what you need to do to be able to get what you need to get.
You know what, man? People don't change. Go ahead, John the Baptist.
And that's why I mentioned the travel trailer, Edie Man, because you're right. Because if his money is an issue, because some people probably can't afford the mobile home, they may need a travel home to even build up to that. I think it's all. I think it all go together. Stop being so prideful, and then like build yourself up to what you can get to. You may have to start with a travel trailer, then go to a mobile home, then build your house. But I think it's all about pride, though. Reason why we don't do this stuff.
Damn, somebody asked me to show a tiny home community. Good God Almighty!
Yeah, man.
Damn.
I don't know.
And look. I said I wanted to invest in one. This is in Lake Conroe, which is about an hour north I'm sorry, of me, but it's about from the center of Houston is about 45 minutes straight up north. So go past North Houston, the Woodlands, and then you'll get to Conroe. Damn. So they got a really nice
Conroe,
range up there.
Texas. Conroe, Texas.
Yeah. So they got a really nice range up there. They got 100-yard indoor, but I ain't driving all the way up to that motherfucker.
So I think tiny home work for single people or married people without kids, but it doesn't work with kids.
But what I'm saying is the reason why I brought this up, this is a good product to build equity for that single person.
Exactly.
So if we're trying to get people into home ownership earlier, you got to meet them where they're at. You see what I'm saying? You could qualify if this is anywhere between the $100,000 to let's say $175,000 range. You could qualify for this maybe after your first promotion, and you're at about $65,000-$65,000.
So, but what I'm saying for that same $100,000, get you a trailer. It's going to be 1,800 to 2,000 square feet. It's something that even if you started a family, y'all can still live in that trailer. If you start a family in this tiny home, you got to leave.
Do you know why? Do you know why I don't think? Let me actually say again. Now that I know what a trailer home is, especially for Black people. Remember, Black people all live in the same areas, and they're mostly city people. When you say trailer home, you have to live on land or acreage. Most Black people ain't doing that shit.
Or you can live in a trailer park. So a trailer park is where a whole bunch of people live at, and you see those more in the.
I see. So when you say trailer park, you know you already lost 75% of Black people.
Trailer park. Most times trailer park they don't own. They don't own, and a lot of times trailer park they don't own. You rent.
You rent the land. But the point is,
you rent the home,
the space. You rent the space. You can own the trailer, but you have to rent the space. Hold on 1 second. The only point that I'm saying is, if I have an acre, just think about it this way. If I have an acre of land, I put a trailer on it, I can over time build my dream house on that too. Like what we want, like I can do that over time, but I seem like Black people just so closed off on having a trailer because they so caught up with their friends gonna think.
Hey,
I'm
low key about to run my credit for one of these goddamn tiny.
How about like instead of saying like Black people are all a monolith and choose to do this or choose to do that, we're not really followers like that. We kind of set the trend. We don't go around following what other people do. Number one. Number two, when we're talking about investments and we're talking about heavy money, and you have to have job stability, you have to have an economy, you have to have a financial structural system, you have to have an entire game financial plan in place that was handed down to you either in your house with your parents, or it's a social practice, it's a social norm, and we're all moving this way because it benefits us. When we're talking about investing in a trailer, home, and stuff like that, that's nothing to do with us. That's nothing to do with Black people. If it were, we would all be living there by now. Okay, so this is not us, not an us thing. You're not going to get Black people to look at a trailer park home differently than what it is. What you could what you could do is suggest new home ownership. You don't have to have the 3,000 acre house, but you could invest in a tiny house which you can own, and you can pick it up and move it just like your trailer home, and you actually own it and don't have to worry about selling it or having someone repossess it. Like it's different.
You know the funny part about it? It's no difference between a tiny home and a tiny home and a trailer. They just changed the name so Black people can like it. They're the same thing. They're literally the same. Both of them are built in the factory and transported to a location. They say, you know what? Black people get caught up in names. You know what we're gonna do is we're gonna just change the name, make it a little bit smaller, charge them a little bit more money for the same thing that they already getting, and we're gonna call it tiny homes. And everybody gonna say they down to get a tiny home versus getting a trailer home. It's the same thing.
But it's marketing. The tiny home is now new, innovative, without the stigma of trailer park.
No. What you said,
customize it.
Trigger Mike, what you just did, though, what y'all just did, y'all just supported ignorance. Because either man is right. If
no,
you can kind of
we're saying he's right.
No,
Go
no, I
ahead.
know you. I know you saying. What I'm saying is, what we're speaking to is ignorance of black folks. If that's what we're going to go, if we're doing this conversation, because if you get caught up over a name, you really are just ignorant. Because what E is saying is totally 100% right. You get caught up in what the stigma of it is, rather than the value of your dollar, what you can afford to build wealth.
All right. So there's two parts of that. From one standpoint, you're right. The other standpoint is that stigma is earned. Trailer parks be dusty as hell. Like some
I
of them
got
shits are
They're
some
not.
of
They're
them
not.
shits are fucked. Like in high school, I had a crush on a girl. And you know when you get a car in high school, now all of a sudden the way you you spit at the girls is like, yeah, let me drive you home. What do you My ass drove through a trailer park, dropped her ass off the front, and never talked to her ass again.
I get it, Trigger, but Trigger, see, the thing is, I'm on the West Coast. We way ahead of the East Coast with these small, tiny homes. I'm telling you,
That was a shot, low key, for all you East Coast people. But go ahead.
I'm just
Well,
saying.
hey, it
Hold on,
ain't like y'all got a
let
choice.
them get in there. Let me finish, and then y'all guys can respond. Right? If you go to these tiny home communities, they look like trailer homes because it's still the same people that's living into these type of places. The only reason that I'm trying to bring this to y'all attention, where can you go and have a $600 mortgage or monthly payment at? Do you know the type of money you can save if
No,
you pay
I
600 to
agree with you.
750?
No, I agree with you 100%. So what I would probably say, and so let's split because now this is turned into like a solution-oriented show. I think the people are feeling this particular dialogue. I believe there needs to be a trailer home community with some sort of overhead guidance, like an HOA. It's still relatively inexpensive, but these people know they have to maintain their stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you why I never called that woman again. Standing next to her trailer was a crackhead taking a shit on the ground.
Damn. Nuh-uh.
With his ass out. And he was like, she's like, oh no, that's Smitty. And I was like, what the fuck kind of shit is that?
Straight
Look,
up
Oh,
email
she
from
knew his
Friday
name too?
Email.
like she waved her hands over that. He taking a shit next to your house. I was traumatized, man.
Oh man, don't
Hold
worry
on.
about it. We'll
Damn,
clean up for
bro.
$2 later.
So hold on. Can you see? Trigger Mike, can you share my screen?
Yeah, it's about to pop up.
Oh my goodness.
All right. So this is here in Washington. All of our trailer homes actually do have HOAs, right? Like you got
Oh,
the
that's
hood.
cool.
So if you see like this one right here in Washington, you see that they have garages. They have like, let me pull one up. See, this is a trailer. So that's the trailer. They got a
Nigga,
garage.
you got a driveway. This
They
is
have.
crazy.
That's what I'm telling y'all. Like, I get people want to argue that they got a full backyard. The trailer inside need to be updated a little bit, but this is kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about trailer homes. They have trailer homes with HOAs. I know we look at those movies like what's that 8 Mile, and we think all the trailer home communities look like that. That's not true. It's not even close. Look at this right here. This is a trailer home too.
That look new. That one is. I like the paint job on it.
So look,
Okay, so this would change the stigma a little more if more of them were well maintained. So those lawns are manicured.
Yeah.
yeah,
They're not
so
even cut. Those are manicured lawns.
they
And that
have
looks like a neighborhood, not a park. I mean, there's a big
no,
difference.
it's still called a trailer park. Just to let you know, the difference is so inside these trailer homes they have I don't want to call them they have certified lawn associates, Mexicans. They come in, they do the whole neighborhood bitches. They include it into their rent. So
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
we gonna
So
charge you guys
back in
$100. They gonna cut everybody grass. Everybody
Nice.
so
grass
back
gonna
in
be good.
so back in
Hey, front
1990.
and back.
So back in
Front and
19
back.
No, you gotta do your own back. You
I
just
was
they
about
go
to say, yeah. We're
curb
so
about to
back in
move into a community trying to anyway, where they cut the front. I was like, that's pretty dope.
so back in
Go ahead, man.
1990, I lived in a trailer park. When I was living home with my mom, she had rented one for a while, and it wasn't as nice as the one Edie Man just put up. But if you looked at it, they had it. Everybody had their own lawn, they had their own driveway, and it was the lawns was taken care of. It was actually a nice looking trailer park. This was back in the '90s, so that concept has been around for a while. And it's probably, I said it might have been like maybe 5 to 10 years old. Some of the builders, but you can find that concept has been around for a minute. It's just that black people don't like living in them. I've lived in one before. It was a 3 bedroom. No, it was a 2 bedroom trailer home, and it was nice. It was very nice. Now for the economic price, for the price that you paid for it back in the '90s, like $300 a month, I think it was, and it was real nice for that kind of money. But so you got to get past the stigma of it.
Trigger Mike, you want to know when that trailer that you like was built?
70s probably. I saw the Formica on the all over the place in the damn tiles on the floor. The 70s,
1970, like 70s, 80s. I'm telling you.
That was a Brady Bunch looking ass interior. I know.
Yep.
So that's the point that I'm telling you, is that these neighborhoods been around forever. I mean, for a long time.
They take care of them.
And the one thing that we have learned is the reason black people don't want to live there. Let's be honest, they don't want to follow rules. Because in there you can't have your car up on bricks. They got an HOA. So you can't have just random people coming down. And that trailer home that I told you is gated. So you gotta put like a code in there to get into that community. You just can't ride through that. So Trigger Mike, you would have dropped that girl off at the gate unless she had her code, because you couldn't get into the neighborhood.
Yeah,
I haven't thought about that in years.
I think people. I think you'll see a lot of people opt into more tiny houses that they might be able to more likely own, rather than a trailer park full of different people that
you own that.
Not own it.
That's what we always see the prices. You own the trailer. Mm-hmm. That's the point. That's why I keep telling y'all this tiny home stuff is nothing new. Share my stream one time. All right.
My son came to me. My son about a year ago came to my wife and I, and he was saying that he was just telling us out his vision. He said he was going to buy about an acre or two of land. He was going to put a mobile home up there and build his home behind it. He said that about a year ago. He's 26 years old.
So
he's thinking ahead.
Hold on, if you look at these right here, if you look at it, 180,000, 3-bedroom, 2.5. So you own this. You ain't written, like, you own in the parts too. Now you have to rent the land for like $200-$300 a month, depending on how nice it is, but you do own the actual trailer.
Okay.
These are not rented.
Yeah, that's a whole lot better than living in Lacey.
Lacey,
Lacey, Washington. My daughter had a house in Lacey when she was stationed at
Joint Base Lewis McCord.
Yeah, bruh. I was like, 600,000 for what? I'm looking around. I'm like, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
What you said? So Mike, your current place is $500,000.
My current what?
Your current house is a total like 500.
No, just below.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to move the house. I'm trying to move into. Yeah, they'll say the starting price is $550. You can't build nothing in that unless you want bare walls. It's gonna go into the $6. It's gonna go into the $6.
We're gonna wait. What part of town? The same, Katy, North? Woodland?
Western suburbs of Houston. Westernmost.
I say here in Seattle, Washington, it's easy. Like, your house gonna cost about that much. That's just it is what it is.
You know what? It's worse here though, man. It's worse here because our taxes are higher.
Yeah.
So I would gladly pay $700,000, $800,000 if the taxes were 1.2% property tax. Here it's 3 whatever.
Yeah.
So
you have to also consider with your children, in my case, grandchildren, where they're going to school. I mean, this is going to be a little bit off topic, but
absolutely. That's the only reason people pay these high ass taxes out here.
Yeah, the education.
They had a situation that occurred, whereas they had some curriculum idea, whereas they were teaching the children how to pick cotton like back in the days of slavery. And my granddaughter was like, I'm not doing this. This is egregious. And I went to the press with it. You know, I was like, they said a grandparent contacted us about this situation. I know, that's what I was saying. It's off, but a grandparent contacted the press, didn't want to be identified because I know they still had to live there until she retired. But that's another thing that I say to tie that into the trailer situation is a lot of people tie trailer homes with Confederate flags flying.
That's ignorance. So
I'm just calling it what it is.
Yeah, I got it. So let's question.
I think either man could more eloquently explain what I said than I did.
I get what you said, but let me ask you a question. Would you pick cotton for $500 an hour?
Say again?
Would you pick cotton for $500 an hour?
Hell yeah!
I don't know.
I pick cotton every day of the week. I pick cotton.
Fingers bleeding and everything.
See, I think us black folks gotta say, with slavery, our biggest problem was not the work that we was doing, even though it was ridiculous. It was that we didn't get paid for it. Because I believe if I had a cotton mill and I put out a post that I'm paying $500 an hour, I think there's a whole bunch of people gonna come on over to my cotton mill, black folks, and start picking some cotton.
I pick cotton 8 hours a day.
Wait, what?
Why'd you bring your ass here when I'm trying to go to sleep? I'm about to end the show. You just go boop.
Where you at? I pick cotton 8 hours a day.
But I just got off work. It's not my fault.
So I think that should be like a question for, when you dating women, ask them if they're willing to live in the trailer. See if they disqualify themselves.
There you go.
99.999% of black women gonna be like just walk. They just go walk.
Here's the question. Here's the question.
Don't tell her you pick cotton for a living.
No. Here's the question for Miss Polly. Like, would you rather live in a tiny house or a trailer?
She thinking too long. Let's
wait. First off, wait. Say what?
One more time. Okay, so just saying, because we're talking about houses and homeownership, things like that. So the question is, we're looking at trailers and we're looking at tiny houses. So the question is, would you rather just live in a tiny house? You think that'd be more modern and elegant, or a trailer? Like, even though those are kind of looking more nice now, would you rather live in one or the other? Do you think, just off the bat?
Tiny houses are beautiful. I like tiny houses. Definitely will keep you as a person who's a minimalist, and I enjoy it. I think that's a great idea.
That's a crazy answer, because you get a walk-in closet with a trailer, you get a mud room, you get a washing. You ain't got no washing dry in no tiny home, not most of them. Like I'm telling you, why would you go from 2,000? No,
the amenities in the tiny dry.
Wait a minute. A tiny home is a tiny home. It comes with anything that you want in. How long washer dryer connection?
Let me land my point. Why would I go from having a 2,000 square foot property down to a 400 square foot property if I can make it look nice? I can make it look nice.
Well, wait. Let's wait. Can we start the question again? Because I feel like I was given a lack of information, because there are some really, really nice trailers, but there are also some very, very nice, minimalist. Yeah. So what kind of trailer are we talking about here?
So 2,000. So a trailer. Let's say the trailer's 2,000, and the tiny home is 500 square feet.
Square feet.
So 2,000 square feet, 500 square feet, and these cost the exact same. This is the crazy part that people not talking about. They cost the same.
Do we have kids? Do we got children, or is this just two people?
So let's say no kids. Because everybody, the reason I don't want to put kids in it, because everybody gonna say, well, it's best for the kids, so we're gonna go to the trailer. I got that. Let's just say a man and a woman. A man and a woman. You got two options. You can get 500 square feet, which is called a tiny home, or you can get 2,000 square foot, which is called a trailer. Which one would you choose?
I have another question.
Okay.
Do we work from home or do we work outside the home?
Let's say you work outside the home, because most Americans don't work inside the home. They work outside.
Okay, so you're not like a call center person working in your house. You don't like have your own business. You own your own business.
No, you can go. You leaving the house. You going to one going to McDonald's and one going to Walmart.
Okay. Okay. So I would still stick with the small home because of the fact if you're not home enough to enjoy the home, then the smaller space makes sense money wise.
So, do you know a tiny home is a trailer? It's the same thing.
It is a small trailer. It is. I mean, it depends on how it is. Let's just be honest. Both of them they can move.
Here's where he's wrong. A tiny home can be customized to how you live. It can have 2 floors. It can be extended in the back. It can have this. It can have that. They can custom design your tiny home to suit your personal lifestyle.
That's true.
You cannot do that with a trailer.
I got what you. Yes, you can custom a trailer in 2020.
Bruh. Not like a tiny home. Not like a tiny home.
Dragging you wrong.
Y'all are crazy. Listen, but Miss,
is it mobile? Is it mobile? Can it move?
Listen. Hold on. Let me tell you what happened, Miss Polly. Miss Polly, they said we gotta trick these black folks and get them back into the trailers. And how we gonna trick them? We gonna change the name instead of calling it a trailer. We're gonna call it a tiny home. You know the black folks like stuff that's trending. So we make it trending. Everybody say they want to go back to these tiny homes. They will move into it. A tiny home is a trailer. It's built in the exact same way. They just changed the name and made it a little bit smaller so people feel better. That's all they did.
Okay. And then you said this involves a woman, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot to do with it. Don't judge me. There's a lot to do with it. Women like space to some degree, right? Okay, so if you were a single dude, like you'd be fine. You wouldn't care. You just live your life, right? But women
you assume correctly. Go ahead. No, I said you assume correctly. Go ahead.
I'm just being honest. If it was a guy, he would go to work. Guys kind of stick to the basics. They don't need all the fancy, shiny stuff. All the glamour and glitz.
I just think especially if we talk about a married couple, a tiny home increases your divorce rate. You got it. Like if you right on top of each other, the chances of y'all staying together in that house for 10 years, y'all gonna be aggravated. Sometimes you need to be able to go to your side of the house. There's no your side of the house in the tiny home.
You know what, Trigger Mike? You know what's bring up some tiny homes. You turn all this shit about tiny homes. It ain't this, it ain't that. You can't do this, you can't do that. Bring up tiny homes.
You making this conversation harder than what it is, bro.
But you just said that they work outside the home, so that is their personal space. They go outside the home, then that actually is their personal space.
Y'all want to talk about containers? Y'all want to talk about the trailers?
Dragon. I don't care how you do it. Dragon. I don't care how you do it. Dragon. I don't care how you do it. 500 square feet. 2,000 square feet. It
doesn't have to be 500 square feet, does it?
How big can a tiny home get?
A tiny home does not have to be 500 square. Where are you getting this?
So how big you want a tiny home?
A tiny home is a customized.
So let me say this. If you start getting around 800, 900 square feet, it's not a tiny home anymore. What it becomes
now is home.
It becomes the home. It becomes the size home they built back in the 60s and 70s.
You got a teenage.
If you build a home 900 square feet, it is the same kind of home they built in the 1950s and 60s and 70s. The 2-bedroom.
They build them today in 2020.
You got an adolescent home.
Okay. This is 2023. Do you really think that we're dealing with tiny homes from 19 whatever you just said? Are you serious with that?
God, you didn't even listen to what
I just heard you. Did I just repeat what you said? We're not dealing with tiny homes from 1920, 1930, 2023.
You heard me, but you didn't get what he said. God almighty.
Hey, guys.
I do got a question. How big can a tiny home be, Dragon? For it still to be tiny.
I don't know. You can customize it. You can customize your tiny home now to suit you. They can take how much personal space are you used to? How much personal space are you used to in your bathroom? What kind of bathroom do you want? What kind of kitchen do you want? What do you usually cook with? Da, 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 da. And then just build it out and sketch it out. And you have architecture and you have a whole process on it.
Edie, man, don't respond to it. Edie, man, don't
That's
respond to
all
him.
the
Let him.
trailer.
Don't respond to him. Don't respond to him. Don't respond to him. Just let
So
him. Just
guys,
let that die.
I have to ask you guys a question. I saw this while I was at work. I thought y'all was gonna talk about it, but I didn't hear anything. You know, I don't know. I wasn't listening at work like I usually do. So, did you guys see that the Miss Universe pageant has a plus size model in it, or a plus size candidate?
I'm not surprised that they tried.
I mean, no, but I thought she looked very attractive personally, but you know,
you said the Miss Universe?
Googling now.
Yeah, let me see that.
And I thought that was very interesting. And then she was from Nepal, I believe.
Oh, that joint. No, okay, I think I saw that. I ain't gonna lie. All right, listen, I did see. I think she did some kind of qualifier a few weeks ago, and unfortunately, yes, in these type of pageants, you know, it's like, hey, most of these women are like flacas. They're like extremely skinny. But 90% of black men would hit this Miss Universe candidate.
She is attractive.
Listen,
when I said, oh,
as a black man, you're like, okay, maybe she shouldn't be in the pageant, but 90% of black men would smear her ass all over their bedroom.
No, but this is the thing. When we look at her, we say that's not no plus size. Like, are you saying that's plus size?
That is plus size in a modeling world.
That is plus size.
BMI, she's over her BMI.
No, 90% of black men hitting that raw. You're tripping.
No. I'm number one. I'm the number one. Y'all gonna have to get behind me. I see her.
She looked good. Well, with them going there, they went bankruptcy over the Transformer when they tried to change it. Did y'all read that story, Miss America? Read that one, and you'll see why they're trying to go plus size.
So hold on. I want to ask the guys this question, right? So, guys, do you believe that you have the ability to convince your woman to move into a trailer?
I do. But I'm So let me tell you. Well, I don't think most men will. But if you relate everything now, naturally, it's not going to be the conditions of Smitty shitting next to the damn trailer. But it's not going to be those conditions. But what most men should do, and you should probably do it like where you set everything up before you tell her. When you consider the money savings, I'm going to go out on a limb and say most women may not want to live here for a lifetime, but anything that can actually amount to considerable money savings, you like put that in your 5 to 10 year plan. Be like, look, my mortgage is like several $1,000 mortgage in these damn master plan communities, right? That we want to live in for these great school districts. They eat up, they eat up our money. If we go here, probably what you do, they won't have these high ass taxes. Taxes probably be below 2%. We're saving all of that money. Imagine $2,000 a month. Let's just say, and be like, look at what we can get. Look at the home we can get either on acreage or our own after 5 years of savings.
Well, I think
to answer your question, either man, yes, I can convince my wife to move to a mobile home.
What about? I don't think Dragon. I don't think you're in a relationship, but do you think that you will be able to convince a woman to move into a trailer?
Yeah, the one that I am going to be in a relationship when she gets here in about 70 hours. She'll be flying here. So yeah, it's like, let's say this is a long-term plan, because I did tell her that we're moving into a small place. I mean, I actually told her that.
Yes or no? Can you get her to move in? Yes or no?
Yeah, I can get her to move in.
Okay, there you go.
What about you, Roy? Roy, do you feel like you have?
If the woman that I was previously dating that unfortunately passed away last December.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. if I wanted to move and have us together in a trailer home where it would be the first place that we ever lived together, the only like downfall to that, not downfall, the only obstacle, that's the proper word, would be her family. See, with them being so tight with each other. Yeah, see, they moved from New York to Georgia, and the whole family's together, and all of this, and where they're actually living, what they're calling a house, is basically a tiny home with all those people. But it would be a lot more room if it would have been just she and I and our stuff. You know what I mean? So she would have had to make a command decision. Am I going to listen to my family and remain in that attachment with them, or am I going to go on with my life?
All right.
If that's even a debate with a female, I mean, I'm not talking about your situation. I'm
Right,
just
right.
speaking
I
in general.
understand.
If I'm just speaking in general, if that's a debate, we ain't got nothing to talk about. We done.
Well, John, I'm gonna challenge that, right? So
Challenge it then. Go ahead, bro.
I believe it depends, and I know that sounds crazy coming from me, right? It depends. I think if Mike was trying to convince his wife to downsize, try to convince a woman to go to a smaller than what they're currently at, is typically a harder sell than someone that's saying, we going from an apartment to a trailer. Women say, yeah, I'm gonna have more space. But if you say, hey, like in my case, I'm going from a 4,000 square foot home down to a 2,000 square foot trailer. I think it's possible, but it's going to be a harder sell if we was first dating.
Oh, indeed.
Absolutely a harder sell on a downgrade.
Indeed.
It would not be a harder sell for me on a downgrade. It would not be hard because you got okay. So the reason why it would be such a downside, a down would be hard for me because first of all, I'm approaching 50, and we're getting closer to retirement, so it's gonna be easier for me.
So it'll be a little bit easier, but let me tell you why
It'd be a lot
may
easier
not
for
be as
me.
easy as you
A lot
think. It
easier.
will be
Go ahead.
for that. I do see what do you call it? Older people downsizing, like in my area. But your kids were raised in that house, correct?
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be that easy.
So it's gonna trust me.
She might give you a little tension, minimal tension, like that whole I'm down. Okay. Do we got it? Like all right.
No,
like you know,
it's already a discussion. So it's like I know it's already gonna be easy.
Yeah, no.
That's a good deal with you. That's a good deal with you. But
yeah,
my
you got
parents,
wait. I'm sorry, you have all that equity in your house too, huh?
no, my parents left Louisiana and they bought their first home in Chicago in 1951. My sister she still lives in that house and bought the house next door. She ain't going nowhere. I'm like, I ain't finna do Chicago at all. So trust me, I understand because I know some people with some very large homes that are not downsizing talk about, well, what if the kids come back home? I'm like, I'm 60. I was born in 63.
No,
what do you mean the kids coming back home?
I got what you're saying, right? So, yes, I think that telling a woman approaching retirement that she's going to downsize is an easy sell. I don't think it's a hard sell because most of the time the men say, hey, I want to start traveling. I want to do this. I want to do that. And this is how we're going to compensate us traveling the world, going on cruises if we can get rid of this big old house. I do think that's the easier sell. But I'm talking about
that's a trade-off. The cruises. That's a trade-off. You got to give something to get something.
I'm not even talking about vacation or cruise. I ain't bringing others into it. I'm looking at just based on the question that either man talked about. This is what we doing.
John is an asshole. We like
I got you. Listen, so 55 or 50-year-old man versus a 30-year-old man. Now, a 30-year-old man, he's just getting his prime. The money's not going down; it's actually going up if he's doing it right at this time. So I think trying to be able to be logical in the sense that we're about to make more money, but we're going to downsize. It's just some women, it's hard for them to compute that. And I think that's okay. I don't think that is like they're not worthy enough of staying your wife just because they're saying you just made an extra 80,000, but I got to get a smaller house. Make that make sense.
Eat him in. Okay, this was funny about the conversation, right? So, like most average men, right, my salary started going up towards my 40s, early 40s, right? So I went from 30,000 to 35,000. I'm at 38,000. So now we're friend with
This guy here, man, still
so
trying to make us believe he make.
I'm not trying
God,
to make you. I'm
you
trying.
get
I'm
on my
telling you.
nerves with that.
Is that gross or net?
Now remember
That's
how big he said his house was, but
that's
he built
that's
that shit on
gross.
30,
That's gross.
30 something
That's
thousand. Get the fuck.
that's
Right.
gross.
Is that gross or net?
That's gross. That's gross. That's what I grossed.
I missed it. Run it back. Hold on,
You
no,
know
run
what?
it back.
Nah,
Yeah,
nah,
hold on, let him run that back. I missed it. I must
nah.
have missed
Cool your lying ass off in the back real quick, John.
Downsizing shouldn't be too hard,
Cool your lying
especially
ass
with
off
the
in the back.
What did he say?
angle
I must have
of
missed
travel.
it. Hold on, John. What you say?
So basically is okay. Like, so I'm now getting now that I'm in my mid. I'm 49, but I started making my salary went up in about early 40s. Got to pretty much my max. It's been going up to, like it's been going up every year. Now I'm at $38,000 a year, making more money. But I'm finna tell my wife we finna buy a smaller house now because I'm getting older now. I need a smaller house. My
So
house now has upstairs.
hold on, you saying that you make 38,000 total?
Yeah, 38,000 total. Yes.
Oh, you're right. No, he need a smaller house. He's telling his wife the right thing. This man is being responsible. He don't need no tiny home. He need a mini home. He needs a bit smaller.
This nigga needs an efficiency. Goodness gracious.
I do want to move to a smaller
This dude
house
need
though.
a church donation. Oh my goodness.
I am gonna move into a smaller house. I do want to start traveling and shit.
Mike,
And
I
then
don't
it's a
need.
lot
He
of-
need to win a house in a game show.
Mike,
If he won a
Mike, I don't
house in a
appreciate
game show, he couldn't even pay the taxes in certain areas of the country on that
Mike,
damn house.
Mike, I don't appreciate you calling me a liar either, bro.
On that salary. If y'all don't stop listening to John when he talk, like he just skated past that. Y'all was just gonna let it slide too. Like, oh damn, he only make 38,000. Y'all haven't listened to everything else.
He said that he was making that when he was coming up. When he was first starting making money.
I make that now in my 40s. My 40s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm 49.
Even Black Dragon don't believe you. Listen,
I'm dead serious.
I heard him say it, so
I know I got it. But listen, I think it's easier to convince a woman when you ain't got no kids in the house too. That's a whole nother conversation. You know, kids, you want them to
I got one in the house. I got a kid in the house.
How old?
21.
That's totally different.
An adult. That's no damn kid. That's an adult.
Matter of fact, the reason you try to downsize so you can kick them out. That's what they do. They be like, hey, let's get a smaller house. And we like, we ain't got no room.
We got no room for you, cuz.
That's messed up.
So what you gonna do? You gonna go to school? You gonna call your friend? You gonna get that roommate thing going?
She just finished school. She just finished school this week. She just finished.
Damn, bro, you should have went to the military.
I did go to the military.
And that's what you got coming in, bruh, as a 100% total. Hold on, bruh, as a 100% total and permanent disabled veteran. I net almost $60K a year. That's tax free plus free health and dental.
Man,
Are you sure?
Leonard,
are you sure?
Leonard, he's lying. Oh my
I know
God.
this part. That's why I'm just throwing it out there because I'm like, bruh, stop playing.
88,000. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He couldn't even afford to go to his daughter's graduation on that side.
38,000. No. Now he said no. Now note he said
couldn't
gross.
afford Golden Corral after the graduation, man.
Yeah,
I paid for my daughter. I paid for my daughter's college. I paid for the daughter's college.
Now he said gross, right? He said gross. Now you got to take into consideration 23% of payroll taxes just off rip. And then now hold on.
Taxes at 38,000. He ain't paying.
Hold on, it's finna get good now. He said he paid for his daughter's college, bruh. If you got honorably discharged, you know your child went to college for free on your name, right?
Well, I paid.
So you're not even a veteran.
Oh, that's right.
I'm
The
a
GI
veteran.
He is
Bill.
a
Hold
veteran.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
The
on,
GI
hold on,
Bill
hold on,
thing.
hold on. You said that if you just a veteran, your kid go to school for free for just being a veteran?
Yes, you sign over. It depends on when you got out. If you got out post 9/11 GI Bill, your child goes to college for free and gets a stipend
Well,
of 12.
I got out in 90. I got out in 93, 90. I mean 96. So
Well,
that
you
didn't
know
count.
what? Your age does not math with the stuff you're saying.
The math ain't mathing. That's what he said.
A
Because
Dude,
you
lot of his
said
math isn't math.
I got out of
Starting with
I
the
got out of military. I got out of
$38,000
military in
a freaking year.
96. I got out of military in 1996. I'm 49 years old. What don't make sense?
okay, so you didn't do Desert Storm.
No, I didn't. I went in the first Desert Storm was in like 1990, I think it was 1990. And I graduated high school in 93, and I went to military in 94 to 96, 96, 90, 94, 94 to 97.
Those are
You
3 years.
got to think about it. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
It
just
was.
saying.
it's been
That was a
almost
long
20
ass
something
time ago.
years.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long ass time ago. I don't remember what the hell I did last week.
I had to write letters to soldiers in Desert Storm when I was in elementary school. That's how I remember it.
Yes.
First,
Yeah.
I don't know if he's supposed to just
So
remember that.
so he don't believe I was in the military, and he don't believe I made 38,000. I don't know what to tell you, bro. That's my life.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's your life. That's
Also
good for you.
No. Money is different
Not for
depending
me.
on where you are and how you use it. I mean,
What city is he in?
$20 here is going to be $20 somewhere else in Alaska. That's going to be $20 somewhere else in Hawaii. That's going to be $20 in New York. So,
oh, you in North Carolina? Yeah. They rent like $500 in North Carolina. They rent only like $500 in North Carolina.
No, talk about New Mexico. It's extra cheap there.
Oh, is it?
Ain't you gonna find no rent in North Carolina $5, bro? Not in no Charlotte. You're not gonna find no rent $5.
Outside of Charlotte. Let me pull it up since he's trying to call my call.
Yeah. Go ahead. Please do.
Listen, you guys are wilding.
Where are you working at, Miss Polly?
Y'all got me looking
What
at
are you doing to
housing
get off
now.
this late? Where are you working at?
I get assistance to help pay my mortgage.
I'm a manager. I'm a manager at Carrabba's.
Nice.
Italian Grill.
Which Carrabba? Oh, okay. You know, Carrabba's here ain't Carrabba. We got Johnny Carrabba's. We got
Chewy's.
What city is that, Miss Polly?
Omaha.
Nebraska.
Whoa. Okay. Everybody, hold the press.
This is a privilege for me. Black people live in Nebraska. Oh my God!
Y'all gotta do me like that. Why y'all gotta do me?
No, it's real. I'm like, black people, Nebraska.
Let me get my camera.
I'm gonna get y'all. Yes, it's the black people in Nebraska.
That's like black people living in Butte.
Mama, where did I tell her? I'm little black.
Man, ain't you from Atlanta?
We made it to the north, Mama.
Huh?
That's like Butte, Montana. Black folk.
Butte, yo, y'all about to.
I was born here. I was born here in Nebraska. I left when I was like 11 years old. I moved to Florida. So I don't say I'm from here because
Why did you leave?
My
go back
mother
to
decided
Nebraska?
to be great. And she moved.
Is your mom or dad white?
Well, you got out of Omaha, Nebraska.
Which
and
one?
then
Which
went
one of your
back.
parents are white? Which one of your parents are white?
They're mixed. They're both mixed.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
Man, what do you call a mixed person?
I don't know.
A remix.
A remix.
How dare you?
Okay, y'all gotta part me. Y'all gotta part me. I'm about to be 61 years old. Y'all gotta part me. Y'all gotta part me. I'm about to be 61 years old and I don't have no damn sense.
That's about the funniest thing you said all night right there, bro.
So yeah. I'll say I'm from Florida because I got all the. Most of my life was in Florida. So.
Oh man!
Don't say that in Georgia. You ain't gonna get no dates. Florida women in Georgia, they run. The fellas.
Well, I don't really. I don't really mess with people in Georgia, so I don't know. I mean, they're cool.
And we don't mess with. I'm in Georgia. I meet a woman. Where you from? I'm from Jayville. Bye. Where you from? Duval. No, because
No,
y'all
I'm
like
not
to
from the
fight.
top. I'm not from the top. No
Y'all
north.
like to
What part?
fight.
What part of Georgia are you from?
I hold on. I'm about to tell you
Oh,
where he's
I'm
from. I'm
not
about to tell
from
you, hold on.
Georgia.
I'm about to tell you where he live at though. He lives about an hour from Florida state line. I
Who,
want to say
me?
right around. Yeah.
Man, I live in Stone Mountain.
Okay, I'm wrong then. All right, I back
You
up.
extra
All right.
wrong. I live where they
Yep.
say the KKK. The KKK is supposed to be all that, and Stone Mountain is what? 92% black?
That doesn't
Yeah,
sound
I know
right.
you.
Ain't no
I know Stone Mountain.
KKK in no Stone Mountain.
I don't
There
know.
ain't no KKK here. The only KKKs here is Keisha, Kayshawn, and Kamisha.
Wow.
Maybe some
I used to
AKA.
live. I used to live in Lawrenceville in 2017 in January when it started snowing over there and all that. So,
So, Paula, Miss Paula, we didn't get your answer. Do you think that you should buy or rent?
Oh yes, I think kind of depends on your situation and what you want to do, but in the United States,
Hmm?
in the United States.
In the United
Yeah,
States.
yeah.
Not in Turkey.
United States. Yeah.
not Canada.
Hey, don't do that. I was it's hard. I say I would rent because I'm not committed to one location at this moment. So
There you go.
Living in Nebraska, you could afford to buy anything you want to buy in Nebraska. That's all I'm saying.
Land.
Let me look up houses in
Property.
Nebraska. House in Nebraska.
Real estate.
Yeah, now,
Hold on. Hey, man, you ain't got to look up Nebraska. The population of Nebraska is
our
probably
cost of living
30,000.
here is very good. Like our cost of living here is really good.
Here where? Nebraska or Florida?
Yeah, Nebraska.
How much is your typical rent for like an apartment or a house? Like, would you just throw a number out?
Right now we're looking at how many rooms?
Like, let's say 2 and up.
Probably 2. Looking at probably like 8, 9.
900.
That's what I'm talking about. $900 a month for a 2-bedroom. Yeah, buddy.
They're really nice, but you also like I said, there's a lot of people who buy here because it's like I think it's still like 1 out of 5 people here is a millionaire. So the rate, Warren Buffett's here, like he walks the streets. It's like a normal thing. You'll see Bill Gates, whatever. They just walk around like
Gates.
People. Huh?
You said Bill Gates?
Yeah.
Bruh. Hey,
see, she got me feeling like I done messed up in life. Now, after I finished all my military stuff, I should have went to Nebraska. I didn't know they had people in Nebraska that were blick.
I gotta like a Warren billion or something. Yo. Hey, look. Hey, here's what we'll do. I'm coming. Make a cut. I'll be there probably a couple days. I'm there.
Oh wait, Polly.
I'll just have a straw.
I don't know if you know who EBD is.
And
Polly, I don't know if you know who EBD is in real life.
Talking about investments. You'll talk about
I'm not about to be talking about
make a little joke here and there.
I'm not about to be talking about damn
we'll run
thing.
into Warren. We'll see what he has to say.
Hey, Trigger Mike. We need
Danish. I don't know.
Nebraska.
Huh?
But you're blick. You're blick.
I gotta tell you, Eden, man, Nebraska is cheap, ain't it? It's nice cost living.
Hey, pull up my screen.
Here, and most people are buying. There's new housing developments a lot. Like it is going through identification right now. It's really nice.
295, 210, 255, 239, 165,000.
Yes.
Man, them Scooby-Doo looking ass houses. I don't want none of them shits.
Are you too good for this house?
Something like that.
You too good for this house, Trigger?
Let me see. Nah, that house is all right.
That's still,
you know what? No. I like brick or stone facade.
Mm-hmm.
I told you he was one of them bougie niggas, boy. I tell you.
No, siding is for the side. First off, fuck that. Hold up real quick. There's a reason why that shit is called siding.
Wow.
Well, myself, I like a lot of yards, so I can kick these damn grandkids out when they get on my nerve. I got 6 of them. I got 6.
Hey, Trigger, you see this right here?
I do like that. I do like that.
The mini
That's a very nice house here. You know?
475. How many square feet is that? God damn.
Almost $4,000. I mean 4,000. That's why.
Almost 4,000.
There's a lot. There's a lot of places here that are extremely nice. Exclusive. There's like a lot of like. It's just very interesting, like the kind of people.
Oh, yeah, all that wood got to go though.
See, so what is it? So what? So this. Okay, first of all, I love this house. Second of all, it's a 4 and 4. Mine's a 5 and 3, so it's different because they have an extra bathroom, but they have one less bedroom. But they have a lot more land than I do in the front and the back. They have an extra garage. They have a lot of stuff.
I cannot stand. E-man, go back. I cannot stand when houses are that big and do not have a half bath. I cannot stand it because where the hell, like, so if your house is full, that means your guests will be using somebody's bathroom.
You got
I cannot stand when houses don't have a half bath.
They would use the mother-in-law bathroom.
Yep.
You got 4 of them.
Hey, hold up, John. Hold up, John.
That's the half bathroom right here.
Hold on, let me air my grievance out, and I hope my wife hears.
Bathroom? I think that's a half bathroom.
Let me air my grievance
right there.
Hold up. Let me air my grievance out, and I hope my wife hear me. Do you know her mama called me to say, I like the floor plan on the house that y'all are gonna build. I just have one request. Can you build the there's like an upgraded model where you get the half bath, but it costs like $10,500 more? I wasn't gonna build the shit. I ain't gonna lie. He's like, can you build it? I don't want people using my bathroom. I was like, what?
I can relate to that. When I was married, hell, my former mother-in-law thought, she had equity in the house. This is my room, but you ain't paying that bill. You visiting from Chicago. And your ass can go back to Chicago where you came from.
They done went up on that upgrade price too. That should probably like $12,500 now.
Yeah, at least.
I was like, what? Who the
hell? The plumbing alone.
You know what? I was like, you get disability, lady. Send me the $12,500, and then we could talk about you having say so in these housing plans. What the?
You know what your wife said. You got to talk to Trigger about that. That's why she came to talk to you.
You exactly right. That's why she called me on the guy. I was like, excuse me.
Look at this, $235,000.
I do like the black. So I would take that house and change the knobs on the cabinet.
The knobs again.
To brass. That black and goldish look.
This
house a little bit smaller.
So also we're known for being a college area. So you got a lot of sporting stuff here. Is it okay? I might say it wrong because I'm not a baseball person, so I apologize. But is it the what is it called when the end of baseball? What is that?
Spring training?
Not spring training. At the end, is it everybody
World
comes
Series?
here?
World Series?
Yes, World Series. The World Series is here every year.
No, they're not.
You mean like college World Series?
Yes, college one.
Sorry, college. Yo, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I was
like, you about to tell the biggest lie in history if you say the World Series. Ain't no team in the black.
Does Nebraska have a major league team?
College, college World Series got you. Yeah.
So Trigger, do you rather have a tiny home or this house for $150,000?
I ain't gonna wait. One bath? I don't want that shit right there.
You don't want one bath.
A tiny home is worse. What are you talking about?
No, a tiny home is.
I don't want none of this shit, man.
I don't even do that, I don't even do that, and it's just me. I'm like, man, somebody need to go. They come over visiting. They gonna use that other one, not the one in my master bedroom.
How the hell am I supposed to escape? I will go to the bathroom and sit down with my phone for 45 minutes to be alone. How the hell I'm gonna do that if there's only one bathroom in the house?
Until your legs fall asleep.
See that?
Hell yeah, every time.
The weapon.
Hey E,
yeah.
Do you see one that said Grand Island? Do you see where Grand Island is? On there, and yeah.
No, I just see Franklin Street, Pine Street. Let's see what that's.
Kiana again. What the hell?
Like
It's
Grand Island is like it's in
Hey,
Omaha.
my
It's like one of
man,
the offsets. You see it?
my man Big Ant for the $10 says, EBD, you not moving until Sukiana agrees to.
Damn. That one bathroom thing remind me of this old school movie Clonine. They only had one bathroom in the house.
So
Damn.
the area of Grand
James
Island,
Earl
Hey,
Jones,
wasn't
James
that
Earl
Grand
Jones,
Island has that.
like in
Yeah.
most floor plans?
James
That
Earl
was in
Jones,
most
and
floor
he married
plans
a
in the
girl who had
past,
like
right?
5 kids.
You know I can't see your thing. I gotta get close.
Let me see. You said it's called Grand Island.
I think
Dog,
so.
never in my life could I live in a
I'm gonna
one-bathroom
look real
house
quick.
again.
Make sure I got the right
My
name.
cousins lived with me like for like a few summers when I was young, and I can remember being in the bath and one of them needing to take a shit. That was like the worst time of my life.
Oh man.
Oh my god! Like yo, I was like, this shit got to stop, man.
I
Yeah, I
said
don't think I could
Grand
ever live in a
Island pretty
one-bathroom
cheap.
place. I mean, maybe if it's just me, but it's never going to be just me. So I gotta have a more than one bathroom kind of place. I mean, I can't do the whole one.
Yeah, because I mean that's like where I grew up in Chicago. After my father had passed away, my mom did a complete upgrade. There was a full bath and kitchen on every floor. So holiday cooking was no problem. And if anybody had to go, you had 3 different bathrooms, for them that had to go downstairs in the basement. You go on down them stairs, but you always had room.
What I don't understand about people, if you have a big house, you need to have multiple family members living there. If you really trying, it's no reason for you to have no 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house and only have you're not renting out a mother-in-law.
Don't tell me what I can have.
Yes, I can. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh,
Like I said,
whatever I want to spend my 38,000, I'm about what I want about my 38,000.
and you need to get a trailer. I've been trying to tell you this whole time to get you a old good trailer. Y'all move the Baptists out to Mr. and Mrs. Baptist out to the trailers. Y'all be good.
I just think there needs to be a little bit more strategy when it comes to us teaching like our children and younger people who are starting out that they don't need to move in and get the newest car. They don't have to have the biggest apartment or the biggest house. They can start very, very small, something within their budget. If they kind of span out their options a little bit, they can actually be a young adult and live an affordable lifestyle and teach them about where to find, like what markets are, how they work, where to live, how long do you plan on living, budgeting, all that kind of stuff.
They should be living with you. I know people don't like that, but they need to live with you. They need to live with you until I got this. I think that we should tell our kids until you got at least $100,000 saved, you're gonna stay with me.
But
I mean, the way things are economically as of now, that's advantageous for any parent right now.
Right. Yeah,
it really is, because like I said earlier, and I'm landing the plane quick. When I was a senior in high school, minimum wage was $3.25 an hour. Now minimum wage is what? $7.65 an hour?
It's 20 in Seattle.
That's a federal minimum wage is still $7.25.
Right, federal. Right, that's what I'm talking about. Federal. Now they say, oh well, we're gonna $20 an hour. Like someone just mentioned Seattle. I'm like, that's still not enough money. That takes me to that movie clip from The Burial. It just ain't enough money.
Yeah, I've been studying it, man. If you can convince your kids to stay with you to about 25 and you let them save from 18 to 25, your kids will be millionaires before they're 30.
And please, this is going to take us out. Do monitor their savings for them. I just did, a close family member just found out because they left the son at the house while he did his trucking business. His daughter moved, so they went to live in this state, come to live by us for a while, left his son at the house. All the money his son had saved. By the time he got back after 1 year, son had bought an SRT Charger, got a little girlfriend,
that's gone.
took her and her whole family on multiple vacations with all that money he was saving. The father was still paying the mortgage at the house. Him and his wife were in a different state. So you have to monitor, make them give you that money to save. Don't
No,
let no.
I think it's a learn.
If anybody says that $20 an hour is not a lot of money, y'all are wrong.
Okay, try that here and see how far I get you.
I've been doing it for 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
And then with all the money getting
you gonna be
spent
on
up,
tomorrow, Mike? You gonna be on tomorrow?
You know what? I will. I'm gonna feel it out. Pause in the morning, but I'm pretty sure ain't none of my colleagues about to be sending me no emails. I'm pretty sure everybody's taking a silent vacation before the one they put in for, because you know what I mean. Because it's gonna be hella winded down. So I'm gonna be on tomorrow afternoon probably.
I'm officially on vacation. I don't work until the 2nd, so
Hell yeah, it's probably gonna be slow mo. I'm gonna get up in the morning, get dressed, be ready. Ain't shit coming through. Watch, I guarantee.
Wait, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say you're gonna go live in the afternoon?
That must be nice. It must be nice.
I ain't punched a clock in 10 years.
Good job. Listen, you got a business. You don't shut down for the holidays. That's not.
I got a business too.
I have a business too.
I was gonna say, my business doesn't. Well, I'm sorry. My training business doesn't sell during the holidays. I only sell courses to teach in January and on 4th. But the gun sale business works on its own. So yeah,
there
that
you
part.
go.
But my training part of it doesn't pick up. But I still work, as I always tell people to do. If most businesses that we have, like your business, maybe not if you work inside of it, but most businesses are actually side hustles. So don't quit your job if you actually have a side hustle. I have a side hustle. I'm a federal firearms licensee. I build guns, I sell guns, I train on guns. So I teach on the weekends, but it's the down period. Like nobody buys classes in November. Thanksgiving on up, they'll wait to January. They'll just buy the class and take the class in January. But yeah, if it's a side hustle, you should not quit your day job.
Yeah, question. Do you sell a lot of FMKs?
Nope.
No.
Really?
Okay. Interestingly
No,
enough.
no. I'm for you all that don't know, the FMK Generation 2 9mm. You don't sell a lot of those?
No, I don't. I don't personally buy them to sell one. And of maybe the less than 10 guns I've ever had to send back to the manufacturer for a defect out of the box transferring it, 2 of them were FMKs. So no, I ain't selling them shit.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking because I know that's one of them.
Pain in my ass. You know, guns aren't not even supposed to be returnable or refundable. But I'll keep the box. The person will come. I'll be like, inspect it. If anything's wrong with it, I'll send it back to the manufacturer. They'd be like, "What the hell is this?" 2 of them just were FMK.
Yeah, okay. I was just checking because I love those. You know, because you don't have to doggone.
Why don't you just get a Glock? Or like you got something against?
Because
Glock?
I don't have anything against Glock, but my selling point, like mine, is fully functional. The both of them. I love if you get click no pop, you can just click again without recharging it, and you'll know if you got a bad round, which is
I don't want no click no pop. Like that's all that
nobody okay, look, nobody wants click no pop. Okay.
All right, y'all.
So let me tell you what
y'all are talking to a gun guy. What the hell is click no pop?
Okay, click no pop is you squeeze the trigger. You squeeze the trigger. The firing pin hits.
Like these things got real terms. This dude said click no pop. I'm like,
well, that's what we call them in the military.
Okay, I like prime.
Listen, so Trigger Mike, I have American Ruger, and I have never misfired. I have never had a misfire. I have never had a bad example. So that if I pull the trigger, it's a problem.
I was like 9mm handgun.
I got the compact American Ruger.
Okay.
So
yeah,
well, see, I'm old.
What you think about the M&P 9mm?
That's the M&P was my first handgun purchase with my own money that I ever did a background check for. It is actually so now nobody wants to say it because people are such Glock fanboys The M&P is actually now the most reliable handgun you can buy.
How
Because
do you feel about the American Ruger 9mm?
Ruger, okay, Glock, Sig, Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Walther. Like those brands, like they're staple brands, you're going to get the functionality out of the gun. It's just, your ergonomic preference, which one fits in your hand best, so on and so forth.
And then I'm left-handed too, so the Ruger has where it shoots out the opposite way too for left-handed people.
Oh, okay. That's a dope.
How come
That's
I
a
knew
dope.
you was left-handed?
No, that's cool. That's like, I went to the range. I took my granddaughter to the range, and I let her doggone pop one off on that 50 cal Beowulf. I was like, yeah, you won't be touching nothing up in this motherfucker, will you? That was so much fun. I even made a YouTube video. I'll put it up there with it. Yeah, I'm like, take your little narrow ass on.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
now,
real
now
quick.
y'all
I
want,
know it's
now I
not
want to do a
pertaining
gun show.
to guns or shooting people or anything like that. John the Baptist has a question for you. Have you been on a Jen on the Block show before?
Uh-oh.
What show?
It's Jen on the Block.
I don't think I have. That don't sound
Okay.
familiar.
Okay.
Jen on the Block. Nah, that don't sound familiar.
Gotta hum like slaves. Hum like Bill Withers.
You see, you had to get some sleep, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do. No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
You don't need no sleep.
I'll holler at y'all.
You don't need no sleep. You on vacation. He good.
Yeah, I'll holler at y'all.
Yeah,
Catch
all
y'all.
right. Hey, y'all take it easy. I had a good time being on here with everyone. I tried to tell a joke a few. At least I got one
that
good. I
remix
got
joke is
one
in the
good
Hall of
joke.
Fame.
That remix. Hey, I'm
That
writing that
remix
one
joke
down
in
in
the
my
Hall of
mental
Fame.
Rolodex. Since y'all really like that joke, I'm writing that
Listen,
one down.
Roy, I think I can do stand up now. I'm going to do open mic and stand up and try that remix out tonight.
Bro, that remix.
Well, try it out. Try it out.
You can't set the joke up. It has to be set up the way it was set up.
Yeah, I already got the setup. I've been thinking about it already. I'm like, yes,
I got to hear that live.
Hey, you want to know what's funny about it?
No,
that's
I
my
want to go to
middle name.
sleep.
That's my middle name as a DJ. My DJ name is Leonard Remix Roy. That's the part that's just stupid. If you Google that, my whole history comes up as a DJ. I'm like, damn.
It's so like, hey, Trigger might like, what's her name?
I wasn't trying to be joking. I was being realistic, saying about myself.
I got you.
But I know he maybe he didn't get it because he's blick. Sometimes when you're blick.
So Trigger Mike, can you imagine if I get the DJ to scratch the tape when I say remix?
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Y'all are out of pocket. Well, thank you guys.
Yeah, be safe.
All right, y'all. Hey, thank y'all for coming through. This is a dope show. Rewind it back. Send it to people that may want to buy a home in 2024. I think we were talking about some good stuff. We got a knowledgeable panel, knowledgeable people in the chat that came through to drop some knowledge. Buying versus selling. Is homeownership still the goal? I believe it is. A lot of people made the case about why it is or why they think it wasn't. Dope show. We will catch y'all next time. I'll try to come on tomorrow again. Y'all be good, man. Get your stuff in order. It's almost Christmas time. Get those last minute presents. Buy a present for the person you don't think you have to buy one for, because yes, they will care if you don't. All right. I'm out, y'all. Peace.